Good morning, everybody. There should be two screens being shared. You can choose them. All right. Okay. What's up? All right. Good morning, Muds. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. I mean, I already said that you should get that. That was about when the IPO when it first came out. Muds W, the warrants. All right, now. Good morning, everybody. Is Muds a call? Yeah, probably. I advised to get into Muds at 1070 a couple weeks back. So that's a buy and hold. All right, let's take a look at what we got on the radar this morning. Good morning, everybody. And loading up. All right. So the biggest gainer this morning really is not that big of a gainer. Only a 9.5% gainer. CALT. Let's take a look at that right away. CALT. Oh, that looks like a
Hi,
merger.
can I get a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, no meal, but with a half? Actually, I'll just do a half unsweetened iced tea.
I can hear you ordering your food.
Unsweet and then lemonade.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, please.
Absolutely. Anything else for you guys?
No, thank you.
We got somebody ordering some food here.
Nick.
There we go.
Don't get that McDonald's.
Yes, I am.
Also, MVIS
Okay.
looks like it's going up, but yeah, that's only after having fallen all day yesterday. So super great there. I'll take a donut.
Oh.
There we go. Okay. That's funny. Okay, so Google is up a lot this morning, obviously. If Google were to drop significantly, taking profits in the morning and then shift around, I could find a bottom for us and we can get in on calls on Google for an all-day momentum day. So we'll see about Google. I'm going to put that like up here. And then AMD also is looking good this morning. Same deal there. I'd stay away from MVIS. Texas Instruments with a huge drop, so that may end up being a bleeder on the day. You may want to get puts on Texas Instruments and just hold all day. TXN. Visa, slight pop. It's pulled back, too much, retraced a lot. Visa, so the momentum on Visa may not really follow through. Starbucks, not that significant of a drop on the earnings, the reaction. A lot of you are asking about MUDs, so I'll keep it up. I'll keep MUDs up in the corner. It's in another view. Oh, how do we get you on video there? Is that you, Quayne? Hey, good morning. But let's see, I'm going to turn that off. There you go. I'm going to refresh the Market Chameleon now. Let's see what we got. Do you think Coinbase is a good investment? Not for a while. Not for a couple months. Let it bottom out. Yeah, people less experienced in the market, then they get FOMO, right? And they're like, but what if it only goes up, right? Then you missed it. Don't worry. There's like 10,000 other stocks you can get into. Wait for something to bottom out. Learn that little trick. Wait for it to bottom out. Don't get in at the top. I'm trying to make you money. All right, DB also popping this morning. If you guys have some questions, I'll probably be using the question button. So like this one, is it good to use Binance for training? Yes and no. I mean, that's how you can train on crypto trading. But you could also use like Webull or Thinkorswim. All right, this one, DB with incredible run. Deutsche Bank was 12.34, and now it's like 13.6. So that's not that huge of a pop, but it's a very bullish run, very bullish. Let me see, in fact, what's going on. The news is reports a significant profit and growth in quarter one. So Deutsche Bank may do very well today. Possible calls on Deutsche Bank. So far we have possible calls on Google, AMD, and Deutsche Bank, and puts on Texas Instruments, TXN. Do you think this day is a good day to add Microsoft? It could be. It could be. Yeah, a lot of upgrades this morning. I don't know if any of you guys on TikTok are interested in joining me in 4K and watching both my screens. If so, click the link in my bio. That'll get you to come over to the Discord where I have a Zoom link, and you come into my Zoom. We have some 4K screens being shared. Post the gaining and puts so we can't miss the list. I don't think so, Rommel. I'm not sure what you're asking me, but it sounds like you're asking me to do extra work. And that's not going to fucking happen. Like posting a list or something. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yes. Okay. But yeah, I'm going to be doing that throughout the day. Those don't happen until the market's running. That's funny, man. I'm like, yeah, no. Oh, yes. You're good. You're good. TIRX, it looks like it is also up again this morning. We'll see how that goes. Let me take a look at the chart. Not really. Couldn't even get over yesterday's high. Nah, there's just like a little bit of an aftershock, a little tremor. No, nothing good and healthy looking on TIRX. AMKR, by the way, you guys should have done really well yesterday. I know that a bunch of our traders got away with at least 50% profits on that one. All day bleeder. No, puts actually on Texas Instruments. I did not say calls on Texas Instruments. It's probably going to be puts and bleeding out all day. Doge today, not in a particular reason why to get in Doge today versus yesterday. It's the same. Doge looks good. Shopify up 5% this morning. That seems rather significant. Let's take a look at that. So Shopify closed at like 1160, but hit 1230. So up 100, almost 100 points in pre-market on the earnings release. Apparently. That's what I want to do also is I want to take a quick look at the this morning's earnings. I can do that right here. Pre-market today. We'll get some more up here in just a second. Yeah, I'm trading on Thinkorswim. That is probably a question that some of you are curious about. Thinkorswim from TD Ameritrade. The best option, if you only had one option to go with today, it's, we have to see how the market goes, but maybe AMD. Shopify doubled its earnings. Wow. Outstanding. Question is, does it have some upgrades, analyst upgrades? That's what we really want on these. Very, very nice. All right, I'm going to refresh Market Chameleon. Let's see what else we got here. UPS, JetBlue, Crocs. Interesting. So AMD's up 4%. All right. MVIS is trying to go up, but remember it was down all day yesterday. So this is just retracement. It's hard to say what final direction it will take on the day. My thoughts on MUDs are we got in at $10.70 a couple weeks back. It's a buy and hold. The super trend strategies, yeah, those are really cool. You kind of got to know what you're doing, though, in order to maximize them. I've seen some people use the super trend strategies on TradingView in kind of a dumb way. So, you probably want to take my class market here. I'll give you the link. Actually, don't know how to even post text there, but just go to the link in my bio. Click the link in my bio. All right, refreshing again. GSX, let's take a look at that. So GSX closed at 32, popped all the way up to 35, pulling back to 34. So it does look bullish, hanging out a little bit above WAP. And so that we'll keep on our radar as well. GSX has really been a mover lately. So Google, we're maybe going in for a 5-minute dip buy on calls. Remember, Texas Instruments might be bleeding out all day. So that could end up being an all-day bleeder. Shopify, we may grab on a dip. AMD, we may grab on a dip. Really, we want to see them dip. But those are our main ones we're going after. Shopify, AMD, and Google for options dip buys on the 5-minute candle. So I'm going to put those up on the high frequency trading setup. Morning, Sarah. I'll post it again here. This should be correct. Yeah, it's correct. Okay. Here's the meeting link. You guys are welcome to join the Zoom. I'll just pin that up at the top. You just click over to YouTube if you like, and then right there in the chat area is a pinned link to the Zoom. You can come join the Zoom. Where can you learn about Super Trend on the Discord? I'll definitely answer that question in just a little bit. The market is opening in 5 minutes, and we need to focus on these momentum trades. And that is Google, AMD, and Shopify. All right. And then when we do trade these options, we buy nearest expiration at the money. MNMD. All right, 3 minutes and 30 seconds to the open. Oh, sure. All right, so we're focusing today, it seems to be predominantly on some mega dip buy trades. So those will be options trades at the money, nearest expiration. TB will be probably a momentum. No, DB will probably be a call. Calls also, same thing. Okay, Sarah, there you go. All right, we got 2 minutes to the opening bell. I'm going to refresh Market Chameleon in case something else came up right in the last few minutes here. Let's see. AKTX. All right, we have a possible momentum breakout trade for you high frequency traders on AKTX. All right, 1 minute and 20 seconds to the opening bell. Hey, that rib T may be moving around again today too. Let's take a look. So we'll see what happens with rib T. Yesterday, you had about an opening 10 minutes of trading on rib T that was worthwhile. 2401. Okay, interesting. All right, 53 seconds to the open. What you guys going to trade at the open? You guys ready? Anyone who's doing high frequency trading, keep an eye on RIBT and AKTX. Be looking for those pivot point breakouts or pre-market high breakouts. Those are your momentum breakout points, and then follow the ladder strategy. Here we go, 14 seconds to the open. And we're going to be waiting. Do not buy right away on AMD, Google, and Shopify. We're going to be waiting for pullback on those guys. Texas Instruments, however, it might bleed out all day. So you may want to get puts on Texas Instruments. All right, trading has begun. If you guys want to click the link in my bio, you can come into the Zoom and watch a high frequency screen as well. All right, Shopify with a huge take profit candle. Google, same. A lot of people want to get out of Google and take their profits. Shopify, same. AMD, same. Everybody's taking their profits on this pop. Let everybody put in the first 2 minutes here, and then let's see which way they break from there. Okay, AMD starting to show increased strength. AMD calls. AMD calls. Make a new high. 89, 89.2. AMD calls. AMD may be running today. For those of you interested in getting into MUDs, it is dropping, so you might be able to get a better price. But we did call that entry back a few weeks back at 1070. All right, AMD is dropping now to the other side. You should get out if you can. AMD now dropping. So it's either going to go into a range, create a ranging day, or it's going to continue to drop, or it's going to continue to go up. We'll see where it goes. No, it's continuing to drop. Definitely cut. Cut AMD. Cut AMD. All right, we're going to wait and see how far these pull back. Shopify, AMD, and Google. All right, just let things settle in. We'll watch the 5-minute candles to get a much better entry on AMD, Google, and Shopify. The market itself now below yesterday's close. Industrials dropping the most. Tech is holding. We will be waiting for an entry on AMD, Google, and Shopify over the course of the next 20, 30 minutes. We don't know when it's going to be. What we're doing is we're stalking the 5-minute candles, looking for a turnaround on 5-minute candles so that we can get an all-day bottom reversal dip buy with calls. All right, looking good. AMD pulling back, Shopify pulling back. I really like that. Let's see, nice big red candle. We're just going to be waiting patiently for that perfect entry. Jump the gun right at the opening with AMD on the calls. Not necessary. That's why it's so good to wait for the 5-minute candle confirmation. See, now AMD is coming up off of the bottom a little bit, but not enough strength to get over to the 5-minute candle. So that does not signal an entry. Pinterest and Spotify are potential bleeders on the day. Pinterest not having a good day, bleeding. Pinterest may be a good bleeder on the day. So puts. Spotify not having a good day, also going down. But let's give it some more time. Best time to get confirmation is once you've got a 4-point confirmed downtrend. Hey, everybody on TikTok, I trade every day in a private Discord community. You can come join that now if you like. You can just click the link in my bio. And in fact, you'll be able to now take a look at both of my screens and be talking with all the other members about our trades today. And we have other analysts and trade alerts and classes. So it's really a great resource if you want to click the link in my bio. All right, AMD still dropping. Google maybe turning around. Shopify seems to have bottomed. I'm watching carefully on the 5-minute chart. We shall see. For us, I don't know about XLI puts. It has reversed off the bottom. And look at XLB. And look at XLE. And look at oil, right? I mean, they all kind of feed XLI a little bit, right? And appreciation and rates, you know, put that all together. And I'm not buying that XLI is going to be going down all day today. Yeah, XLE is running really good. I don't know where it's going to top out, but it's up to you if you want to get some calls on XLE. Yeah. What platform am I using, David? This is Thinkorswim from TD Ameritrade. If you want, just hit me up a private message. Give me your first and last name and your email, and I'll send you an invite link, and then we both get like bonus stock when you sign up. All right, AMD still going down. All right, we've got some runners on the day showing up on my screener. Let's take a look. Fang, possibly one of them. Fang, yeah, green, green, green. Looking good. You'd be taking a little bit of a higher risk right now, but boy, it sure looks great. Facebook, one of the members says Facebook bounced. Thank you very much, Rion. We've got somebody says Facebook is bouncing. Okay, I'm watching it. Look, if Facebook turns and breaks the open or the high of the day or the pre-market high of the day, you can grab calls. It might end up just ranging, but it might end up running, breaking and running. So Facebook calls a possibility. Yeah, you got it, Wally. Joseph, just click the link in my bio. All right, we're watching AMD still dropping, Google turning around, Shopify turning around. I need to see some good 5-minute candleage going on here to get you a nice clean signal. We'll see if this runs all day. Fang, yep, make a new high. Fang calls looking good. XLE looking good. FANG, Fang. You know, and all those oil stocks, MRO, Gush, which is the I think the Direxion one ETF. Muds has turned around off the bottom of 15.3 and is now at 16.3. So it's running on the day, turning around and running, breaking and running. AMD still dropping. AMD still dropping. Google has not put in a 5-minute candle entry signal, and neither has Shopify. And good, because it hasn't started, fully running yet. Well, Robert, MVIS today may retrace some, but maybe that's all it does. There was that rib T opening high frequency trade that happened back there. Opened, broke the 2-minute range at 134, ran all the way up to 148. Could have gotten like 10% out of that. But you do want to have a nice high frequency trading setup. I can post now, I forget who asked before, Rommel. I can post those runners and bleeders right now, but it's a bit premature, okay? It's a bit early, but I'll post them, but so you can just see them. You can see what's kind of hot on both sides. Okay, there you go. Posted it in there. Fang looking good. Let's see. With high volume, we have, MRO, Oxy, ExxonMobil, BP. I mean, it's all the energy stocks. And then XLE, Carnival Cruise Lines. Let's take a look at Carnival Cruise Lines. All right, Carnival Cruise Lines potentially going to run all day. We'll see. Having a very good open. The market has found bottom and is now working its way back up to the open. Let's see where it goes from here. Some earnings are already in, but not all. For example, Apple posts after hours today. Let me get the complete list of what posts after hours today. So Apple, Facebook, Qualcomm now, Ford, eBay, Teladoc. You know, these are some of the interesting ones. MGM. Yeah, those are the big ones. MGM, Apple, Facebook, Qualcomm. So Facebook and Apple. I'm going to pull up Apple so we can look at Apple as well. All right, I'm still looking for that 5-minute candle signal on either AMD, Google, or Shopify. I do have a 5-minute candle signal on Google. So whoever wants to wait has been waiting patiently for that signal on Google. Calls on Google may work out now. Google possibly about to go on a run. And it's just broken out at 24.13, so you're only $3 off. You're not too late to the game. And you can get Google calls at the money nearest expiration. No, Z, ask me in a little bit and I'll explain it more. But let's get through trading this open. There goes Google. It's now up $6 from the break over the 5-minute candle. And now $7. So Google's at 24.20 and moving up. Could potentially go and break out of the high of the day. Google doing a nice bottom reversal. All right, SPY making a move upward now. And there goes Google. Woohoo! All right, who's in Google? Say, I'm in, for however many contracts. All right, Nikki's in. No, Alvi. No, probably we'll play Apple tomorrow after the earnings release. All right, AMD coming off the bottom a little bit now. Shopify entrance almost about to happen. If Shopify can get over 1208, no, 1207. Here we go. Shopify entrance. Get ready. Get your calls ready on Shopify. SHOP. And that's entrance right there. Entrance on Shopify. Shopify calls. All right, and iPad's in. All right, we're watching Google. Google's staying strong. We're just going to watch the 5-minute candles on Google to keep us in the trade. There goes Shopify. All right. Shopify definitely coming off the bottom now and the market appreciating. The wind is at our back, pushing us forward. Clove on high volume, up 9%, pulling up Clove. Going to take a look at that. Yeah, Clove seems to be running. A beautiful, beautiful run it's on. Google, about to break the pre-market high. Bam, there it goes, breaking pre-market high. Woo! You guys are must be way up on Google. How you guys doing? What percentage you got on Google? That's what we like to see. A Babe Ruth home run, hopefully. Let's go. Come on. That's why we wait. That's why we wait. If you think trading is boring, just wait until you win. It's not boring. Woohoo! Cowain is up 41% on Google already. Way to go. And we haven't even really sat through any kind of a pullback yet. Let's see how far this puppy can go. What do you think? Is Google going to test 2,500 today? It could. Quayne, you'll be up $5,000 per option. Sarah's up 30.8% on Google. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Anybody got multiple contracts? All right, Quayne. That's good. Good practice. iPad up 47% on Google. Who's in Shopify? Shopify following through very nicely. Same thing's going on Shopify. Shopify calls. All right, Google's pushing up again. There goes Google, about to make another new high. Hit 24.35 before. We got it at 24. What was it? 24.12. It's now at 24.35. Here goes Shopify with a beautiful bottoming tail candle. This should create a lot of pressure to the upside. Come on, Shopify. Come on. You're looking perfect. Those Shopify calls. Wow, Nikki says she's up 60% on Shopify. Fantastic. We always get at the money, nearest expiration. At the money, nearest expiration. At the money, nearest expiration. Wow, there goes Shopify breaking high of the day, 1222. We've got that at 1208. All right. 1223 almost on Shopify. AMD has not put in that 5-minute candle reversal yet, but it's coming. It may come. The platform I use is Thinkorswim from TD Ameritrade. There goes Shopify, 1224. 1225, Shopify. Yeah, I am on Twitch, but no, I'm not on Twitch. I'm on Discord. Click the link in my bio, and you can join the Discord. We're streaming on Discord. All right, Google now trying to break that 24.35 level. Look at Shopify go. Woo! All right. Now on AMD, we're waiting for the break of 87.4. So that still could be coming. Wow, a bottoming tail candle on Google. That's a sign that there's going to be some upward pressure coming. I hope that remains true. That holds true. Shopify having a pullback moment. 1223. Generally a good day on the market for a Fed day. Very good. We may not get a whole heck of a lot of juice out of this orange or whatever you want to call it, but we're going to do our best here. And there goes Google, about to crack the high of the day. And Shopify, 1227. What you got to do, Jair Ramos, is go on the Discord and send me a private message. I'll get to it later today, okay? 1227 Shopify, 2436 Google, 1227, 1228 Shopify. How you guys liking waiting for that perfect signal entrance now? I know it seems boring and like, man, why aren't we in it? Like, it's Google. Why aren't we in it? It's Shopify. Now you know why. Once that 5-minute candle signal happens, explosion to the upside. And look at AMD. It never gave us a signal. And thank God, right? It's going down. Good. We'll get it on the turnaround at a much lower price. Woo! Google hitting 2430, almost 9. Yes, 2440 almost right now. Shopify, 1225, having a bit of a pullback, just hit the high of 1229. You guys, what are your percentage gains right now on Google and Shopify? Must be outstanding. 75% on Google, anybody? 114% on Google, says Nikki. 96%. Vanessa says, holy shit. She didn't say shit, though. I added that part. And then Nikki's Shopify, 114% actually. Yes. This is the mega dip buy. My own branded trade. This is pretty much my best returning day trade. Yeah, I understand that, Adam. Didn't have enough buying power. But Adam, if you have options level 3, you can get a vertical next time. Google hitting 2441, way up there. So as I mentioned before, Spotify having a bad day. So you may want to try shorting with puts. Invitation to go live together. I don't know this guy, but I will actually accept that for a minute. Hey, what's up?
Mario, can you read? How about you? Can you read this, please? Can you read this?
How you doing, Epic J Boss? You're live.
By Edwin Allen.
All right, he ended. He must have did that by accident. That was his 15 seconds of fame. It was literally like 14, 15 seconds. All right, Shopify. What are your gains on Shopify? Nikki, Omar, 120% gains on Shopify. Google, 46%. Excellent. Love it. And the market is breaking up right now. The wind is at your back. On top of your gains, guess what you're going to get? More gains. This is really good. 120% gains on Shopify. Nikki says, oh my God. What program am I using? This is Thinkorswim from TD Ameritrade. Google, hitting the top. New high of the day. Same thing with Shopify. Dudes, where are you guys at on Shopify? Holy Toledo on Shopify. We have a home run. We have home runs. We have multiple Babe Ruth home runs here. 152% gains for Nikki on Shopify. Oh, it's pulling back a little bit. Does anybody have multiple options? Because if you do, I will signal to you when you can take partial profits, meaning selling like 1 out of 3, etc. But the market is just pushing up right now. And that's only going to help. That's only going to help. Ho, we're really pushing up right now on the market. That's only going to push your options up even more. Google, 2445. These are fucking grand slams, Nick. That's right. iPad says he has 10 Google. All right. Once we get 2450, like 2449 iPad, anybody out there, key psychological level, 2449, 2450. Want to take a little profit off right underneath that. 2450. That doesn't mean get out for those of you who only have one option. If you only have one option, you're stuck. You're going to wait until the all out signal. 1242 on Shopify. We got on at 1208. You guys are up multiple grands. Who's going to buy a new car today? Anybody feeling it? I've had that happen. No, I'm serious. I've had that happen. Here we go. Shopify just broke through 1250. Your eardrums are bleeding. The mic is too strong. Well, you got to blame TikTok on that. It's a telephone. Shopify 1257. Woo! All right, what are your Shopify gains now in percentage? 1258. 236% gains for Nikki on Shopify. 236% gains. You guys, if you are having any problems with my feed with the microphone, click the link in my bio. You'll come right into the Zoom. I'm using a very beautiful, nice, high-quality mic. There you go. That's your answer. Get off of the TikTok, come into the Zoom. Click the link in my bio. All right, that is way too big of a candle on Shopify. If you have multiple contracts on Shopify, if you have multiple contracts, take one off. Google with the first topping tail candle, that 1250 level, 2450 level, important resistance, psychological number. If anybody has the ability to take some profits off, you can. Up 104% on Shopify, 98% on Google. Best day of my life, says Nikki. Fantastic. And SPY just keeps going up. All right, hopefully you guys got to take some profits off there, those key psychological levels, and that extended candle on Shopify. 204% on Shopify, 101% on Google. Fantastic. If you have a problem with my microphone on TikTok, maybe it's because I don't know, maybe it's because I'm yelling and excited. But just click the link in my bio. That'll take you into the high quality feed. Typo, I meant 184% gains on Shopify. Wow. Yes. The question is, when do we get out? Woo! There goes Shopify more. Wow. 1267. The Discord is full. That I've never heard of. There is no limit to the Discords, but maybe there is. I'll let the administrator know right now. All right, you guys. Shopify 1273. All right, we're having the first pullback. The market is pulling back. If you guys want to take your profits now, go. Take your profits. That could be the end of the run right there. Go for it. Take your profits. Take it to the bank. That's your max gains right there. That's the end of the morning push. Google pulling back. Shopify actually continuing. For anybody who stayed in Shopify, good on you. I'll keep coaching you through the hold on that. But Google pulling back Yeah, 50% of the last 5-minute candle. Definitely get out on Google. Shopify continuing. You either took your gains, 250% gains, or you're still in it. Shopify still going. Dara asks, were some of these options plays call outs on another call? This is my first time joining a day trading session. These were called out about 20 minutes ago on a particular candle for an entrance. All right, who's still in which ones? All right, we're getting some topping action on Shopify. The potato mic. I don't know what's wrong with the microphone. All right, what I'll do, guys, over on the TikTok is I'm going to end the live and I'm going to go start it right back up. Let's see if that fixes the mic problem. Ready? Here we go. So Google continuing to pull back. Hopefully you got out of Google. You guys take your profits on Google? You guys all out on Google? Google's topped, like big time. Okay, good. But you still could just barely be in Shopify. It's still running, really. All right, how are we looking? All right, yep. Looks like we got out right at the top on Google. How did you like that, huh? Woo! All right, you guys, if you made money on Google, if I made you money on Google, do me the favor of taking a screenshot and posting it over and post your gains right now. Thank you very much. You'd be surprised how many of you don't actually do that when I ask you to do that. Please, just do it. We want to see all these gains. How's the mic now? Everybody on TikTok, can you hear me all right? Got out of Shopify at 1280. Yeah, that's damn near the top. All right, you guys, out of Shopify. Out Shopify. That's the first break of a previous 2-minute candle low. That's your out. It doesn't mean it's over, but this is an excellent point to get out. And because it may be over. So exit on Shopify. Let me hear what those final gains were. As a matter of fact, you guys go take a screenshot of your final gains on Shopify, final gains on Google, and post them over and post your gains, and I'll read them out loud because they're going to be astonishing. All right, I see nothing in post your gains. Let's go. Let me see those gains. I'll give you the link right here. Okay, thank you, Nikki. Because I want to see the percent too. Yeah, that's right. All right, we got one. When you are doing your options, you want to make sure you use a market order. when you're doing momentum options day trading. Not when you're doing swing trading, but momentum options day trading like we just did. Yes. So what do we got here? And you're out on Shopify. Okay, Nikki got $7.2 thousand, 289% gains. Way to go, Nikki. Looks like Faraz is posting 140% gains on Shopify. 140% gains. Was that a vertical? How did you get in there? And you did make money. Way to go. Did you get in late trying to get the vertical on that? Yes, live sessions daily. We do the first 2 hours of the day every day. And thank you, Christina. And yep, there is membership. Yep, here, let me give you the link. It's free for your first week, so you can decide if it's for you. Marlo, what's up? What's up, Marlo? How you doing? All right.
I didn't think I actually did not think you was gonna join, my man.
Absolutely.
Do you have just like two? Can I get that like just 2 minutes of your time?
Yeah. What's up?
All right, great. I want to know what markets you in.
What markets? I mean, I do a little bit of crypto, but mostly stock market. So stocks, options, day trading, swing trading.
Oh man, hey, well you're doing great, man. Cause shoot, at least you don't got your money chilling in the bank.
Yep.
I heard that the people who actually one of the richest families created the banks. I forgot what they're called. What is the family name? Shoot, it just came to top of the Rothschild children.
Oh, for sure.
They just started pulling their money out of their own banks and they're throwing it into
crypto. That's awesome.
Yeah.
We know better.
And I'm like, damn, if the owners of the banks are taking out their money and moving it to crypto, what's that gotta mean?
Absolutely. Yeah. I know. I mean, absolutely. You can see, you can just look at the charts over the last couple of years. Banks down, crypto up. That's it.
Facts.
It doesn't get easier than that.
I just got my stimulus, man. My first stimulus finally came.
Nice.
Shit.
All right. Well, yeah. Make sure we don't lose it and we double it.
I'm trying to, man. And like my portfolio, I'm not even gonna lie, it's down, man. Like I came in too cocky, way too cocky, because when I first started off, I started off paper trading, but then I came in too cocky because I was doing great. And I freaking was just trying to make that quick cash. I'm not gonna lie, this big just come through. I was trying to make that quick cash, man.
Yeah.
What's some advice you could give?
Well, diversify. So whatever you do with your money, make sure it's in at least 10 to 20 things.
All right.
That's really good advice.
That's what I've always heard from like the people who always succeeded. They'll be like diversified. I guess I'm gonna have to
diversify. Put it in a lot of things, and a lot of things that are very different from each other too. Like real estate, for example, you can invest in a stock that invests in real estate. That's VNQ. So if you want a little real estate, you get a little VNQ. If you want some crypto, you go get a little Ethereum. You go get some Bitcoin. Stick to the big ones. Yeah, and that's another set of good advice. Stick to big caps, big market caps. Things that have big market caps that are companies that have been around for a while. Don't go with something that seems to be recently hyped up and is new. Like, my God, that's unproven. Don't do that.
Do you have any other jobs or?
I write music.
At all?
I write music for movies.
Really?
Yes, sir.
That's freaking good. That's great. That's crazy.
I used to be, for 2 years, also a professional poker player. That's what I did to make money. Hang on one sec.
I haven't learned how to play poker yet, but I want to learn. That's poker and chess is one of the things that's on my list to learn how to play. Cause like I mean, I've done a lot of things. Like I'm just a person who never sat onto one thing in my life ever. So I moved around a lot of things, but poker and chess are one thing that I always want to learn how to play. Just cause I just feel like it has a lot to do with. A lot of people say it has a lot to just bring emotions and things like that. And I was like, it seems like a fun game.
Well, thanks for coming on the stream. I appreciate it, and I look forward to learning how you go with your progress.
Of course, man. You know what I'm saying? PTP, we going to not to the moon, but PTP is going up.
All right. Sounds good.
Feel me? Also, hey, check out, and I actually got a suggestion for you to check out, man.
All right.
It's actually ticker symbol Mara, M-A-R-A.
Oh, Mara, for sure. Yeah. One of the best. Absolutely.
It's way oversold, I think, in my opinion. I loaded up on some most recently, and I think it's a good swing for the next, quarter, honestly.
Well, that's what I think, too. Right now, crypto's getting a little bit beat down, but that can be good. We can buy the dip.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I also heard that it was the furthest cryptos went down since 2000. I forgot what year. It was a couple years. It was the biggest dip in a while.
Yeah, I'm a little bit bearish on.
Joined too.
Yeah, I'm a little bit bearish on crypto for the next month or two.
And it's been going straight down.
But yeah.
But it's fine.
Yeah, we'll get it at a better price.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I appreciate you giving me your time and your wisdom. You have a great day.
All right, later now. What's up, Ryan? Yep, back in Shopify, started to put in a breakout signal there. Hopefully you guys got my my messages. That's hilarious. Who said that? Pablo. Sorry to interrupt your lovely conversation, but we have shit to do. That's funny. Very funny, Pablo. Very funny. But yeah, that's what was happening. And look at AMD. It has not given me a green candle breaks over a red candle high, 5-minute candle signal. AMD has not. And of course, it's just going down, 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 down. What gave us the signals is what gave us the money. The 5-minute candle bottom reversal. That's like my trademark trade. If I had to write a book, that's what it would be called. Mega dip buy. That's what I call it. So now that we're returning back into Shopify, this could be a false breakout. When you get into a trade after you've just had a trade, like re-entry, and it's later, you want to size down half what you did before. So if you had 5 contracts before, now you do 3. And then finally out on a third re-entry, maybe 1, So because volume's fading. And as you can see, even right now, Shopify is not fully following through on what it just signaled. How do you convert an option into a vertical on Robinhood with level 3? The concept behind a vertical is whatever you got a call, for example. All you do is sell the next strike up out. Okay, it's next strike up. So you sell that one. Instead of selling the one you have and then it's over, you sell the one that's 1 strike above. That's it. And that converts it to a vertical. All right, Shopify now breaking out. All right, we got some continuation energy going on Shopify. This trade is not going to yield 246% like the morning trade. That was a bottom reversal. This is just a continuation trade. The trade this morning was a bottom reversal. Those have the most, percentage difference. And, by the way, you guys, take some screenshots of your gains on Google and Shopify and go post them in the group under post your gains. I'll give you the link in the free chat room as well. And then I'm going to read them out because I'm very curious what you guys made. Who made the most on Google? You guys are saying that mic problem again. Not sure what's causing that. I think this might be something going on with TikTok. What I want to do is I want to reply. There we go. All right, Shopify still continuing. Exactly, Ryan. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Just like you used to be a TikTok troll. That's interesting. Someone else again saying that the Discord link not working. Discord link says invite not possible. All right, we're on it. We're on it. We'll see if we can fix that. All right, Shopify Games, where are you at on the reentry? Who got reentry on Shopify? I'm trying to talk like a little bit lower in case that's the mic problem. I'm not going to be screaming. 246% gains. Good. All right, Sarah, what are you at? Do I ever average down? Sometimes. Sometimes. Not always. It depends. Like we averaged up into spy puts recently, but that just it just doesn't work. Chasing is a very difficult game. Second entries at 34%. All right. Look at Shopify coming up on 1300 level. That's when you need to either sell the contract you have if it doesn't break through 1300 or sell one of the contracts you have because that's a key psychological level. 1300, we are right underneath it. What do you think is going to happen when it goes to 1300? Just think of it psychologically, like a chess player ahead. Think ahead. We're at 1300. Now what? 1400? Give me a break. 1300 is the top, right? See, if you start thinking of it like that, right? That's why these numbers are so important. So, okay, maybe it'll pop through 1300 and get to 1305, 1307. Let's see. But pretty much 1300 key psychological number. Everyone's going to be going like, all right, that's it. Yeah, 1400. The next thing they think of is 1400. And they think, no, that's not happening. Yeah. So go ahead. You would not be wrong to get out around this region of 1300. If it keeps going up, just keep holding on. But don't let it get too far away from 1300. Okay, we got information from the admins that the Discord link is working just fine. So give it a try again. Oh, you think so? Because no, I've had a couple people even right now say that my mic doesn't sound good, right? I think right now, yeah. And we didn't do a live just now. Yeah, there you go. All in on Doge. Funny, man. All right, that could be the end of Shopify. How is my mic on TikTok right now? That's what we're checking. See, look at that on Shopify dropping. That's funny. MVIS is looking pretty good today. What a fool believes. How do I know which type of option to buy? Sarah says, okay, I'm out. I don't know how to see my stats after a closed position, but I'm up 8,500 between Shopify and Google. All right, excellent. Yeah, Sergio says Mike is not sounding good on TikTok. I'm not sure why. Yeah, I did end the broadcast. It's not working out. All right, let's see if we can find any other runners on the day. AMD, we're still looking for that turnaround candle. Not really happening. It's so below VWAP. Look at that Google. I mean, how good does that make you feel? Everybody that traded Google and made money on Google this morning on that run, Google's almost all the way back to where you bought it. How good does that make you feel? Understanding and knowing when to get out. So important. Here, I'm going to drop the link to my lessons. If anybody is interested in some video lessons that I have put together, here's the link. I highly recommend you take them, watch them, because they talk exactly about that. When to get out. There you go. And if anybody wants private lessons, here's that link as well. There you go. If you want to know about books, what are the best books to read, or my indicators, or any of those other kinds of things, I have a link tree with lots of other resources there for you. There you go. You mean this morning, Philip? There you go. Jump on the Zoom, yes. All right, Shopify now possibly clinging to the 8 moving average, but the momentum is shifting over, you see. And same thing with Google. Google, like, whew, that's all it had. Way to go, everybody. So Philip said yes, sir, this morning. So I think what was the max that you guys made on Google? Who made the most on Google percent-wise this morning? Who has the highest percent? Let's hear what your percentage return was on Google. Okay. Mike's still broken. Rest in peace. Don't know what it is. All right, I'm going to end the TikTok and then I'm going to try to clean the mic. Let's see what happened. It does on Wednesdays, Robert. We typically trade all day, or any kind of hot market. We'll trade all day. Otherwise, the first 2 hours of the market, we've been live for an hour now, plus a half an hour of pre-market. So then there'll be another hour for the morning session, because as you can see, that's where the most money is made, in the morning session. And now volume drops off 90% for the rest of the day until the final hour of trading. So there's not a lot of reason to be on all day, but we find opportunity where we can. All right, I'm going to try to attempt to clean my microphone on this phone. That must be the problem. It's an otter case, so it's a good one. I mean, if you ask me if that's the mic, it's totally clean. You guys got out of Shopify, right? I mean, I told you to get out at 1300 and it's dropped precipitously for the last like 10 minutes since then. I hope that you did. On that second run. All right, I'm going to turn off the phone for a little while. What else is anybody in? Let's take a look. The application, Lucas, that I use for my charting, Thinkorswim from TD Ameritrade. And if you want to get in that, you can give me your first and last name via private message in the Discord. First and last name plus your email. And I will send you an invite link. And then we both get like a free stock or something. In a private message in the Discord. The TikTok, yeah. But at least we made money. Faraz, did you need any bleeders? Anybody need any bleeders? I don't think we've got any bleeders. Looks like VNE, ALDX. Let's see. Yeah, ALDX seems to be bleeding all day. VNE is finding bottom. What was that? I'm dying. You sent me a Persian TikTok. Oh my God. It wasn't that funny. It's nice to see that the mega dip by trade is starting to click again. I don't know how many of you have been with me for half a year or more, but somewhere around September and November, I think, maybe even before that, we were doing at least one of these mega dip buy trades per day. And we had 3 on radar this morning. So that was really nice. All right. iPad with the $8,000 gain. AMD actually, yeah, would have been a good bleeder. It probably is on my bleeder list. No, it's not. I wonder why. What makes it not? It sure looks like it. But isn't that interesting? I see not one signal on AMD. It's such a simple system. 5-minute green candle breaks over red candle high. It got us into Google. It got us into Shopify. It did not get us into AMD. Still hasn't signaled on AMD. And why? Because it's just not there. Dara says, advice for new traders with small accounts. Well, it depends on how small. Because if you're talking about small enough that you can make the money back on Saturday or Sunday just mowing some lawns or doing some hustling or whatever, then you can take more risks because you can get that money back right away. But another alternative you have is just to keep saving and then practice with paper trading. And when you get to $25,000 or $30,000, call me, and then we'll start to teach you how to do day trading. Well, in any event, you should be practicing paper trading before then and learning from me anyway. Look at that, Google, all the way back to 2416. I just love how we took total advantage of that run on Shopify and Google. I mean, as you can see, it's completely dangerous to just hold on and hope, right? I hope if you learn one thing today, it's that. It's that holding doesn't inform you on when to get out. Okay, hi Lucas. Yeah, I got your message, and I'm sending you that invite right now. Where is the? There it is. Okay, sending you the invite right now. All right, I'm booting my phone back up. Here we go. All right. All right, Fang looking like it's going to break out some more. It's a losing proposition to play earnings releases beforehand, like to guess at them. That's a proven losing trade. Proven losing trade. And it's much better to just play the reaction after the earnings have come out, like we just did. We just made like some members made like $15,000 this morning, and there was no guessing. We just got into Shopify because it had such outstanding earnings for the run. That's it. Shopify was a perfect example of how you can make a lot of money in this market on the mega dip buy trade. And Google was a pretty good example. It was a little bit rougher, Google, but we did outstanding still. But Shopify was just textbook. That's how I bought my car like a couple months ago, or 6 months ago on Zoom. Same thing, made like, I forget what it was, $27,000 to $32,000 across all my accounts on Zoom in one trade like that. Let's see here. All right, back to the TikTok. Well, looking good for XLI right now. It broke out of the opening range. So yeah, you could say that it might run, that it's on the sentiment now. All right, what I'm going to do is try to call, try to do a little private call here and see how the mic sounds. They're not even there. I just need to test audio. With somebody. Faraz, I'm going to call you on Discord privately. You ready? Or are you at school or something? Do you have school? What the fuck do you do, Faraz? All right, here we go. What the fuck do you do, Faraz? Yes. I'm rude and crude, and I make people lots of money.
Your mic sounds fine.
My mic sounds fine?
Yeah.
I think it was TikTok.
Feedback echoing out there, so I'm going to leave this greatly. Yeah, no, that sounds great. Yeah,
All right.
I think on TikTok, it always sounds a little bit loud. So you just might extra something today.
I don't know. Something happened. Okay. All right, cool. Thanks for us. Thank you. Talk to you soon. On the live. Now I'm here. It's okay. I didn't even have to disconnect. It's like, goodbye. Not really. Vanessa says, I'm back. How'd y'all do on Google and Shopify? Pretty damn outstanding. What was it? 246% on Shopify. Yeah, and I don't know. I think people got almost 100% or maybe 50% on Google, depending on which one they got, which option they got. Okay, I'm going to try and go live on TikTok now. Again, let's see if there's anything I can change in the settings here right before I go live. There's really nothing. There's not that many settings to change. All right, here we go. All right, SPY struggling to make some new highs right now. Yeah, that's what I was hearing you say, Faraz. Yeah, look at AMD. That would have been an excellent bleeder on the day. If you believe it's just going to keep going down and maybe filling the gap, grab some puts on AMD. Google is now red on the day. I mean, God, who would have thought? How can you make money in a market where every time you invest, it, it gives you that false hope it's going up excellent, and then by the end of the day, you're down. That's no good. That's why I love day trading. See if I can get like a white screen here or something. That was weird. What just happened? Something just happened. Are you guys still with me? What car did I buy with the Zoom stock? Well, it was just a family car, like what do you call it? Like a soccer mom van thing, Honda Odyssey, family car. Well, lots of the rest of the money. I didn't even use all that money for that, but lots of the other money, paid for lots of things. But when you have that much money, you have options. Yeah. So you can check out my Twitter. I have like a picture of me over at CarMax, and I talk about that win on my Twitter account. Yeah, those of you who were able to sell probably are in a better spot than converting to a vertical. On which one? Shopify. Yeah. For us, I don't know if you have any day trades. No, I don't think you do. Oh, that's what's going on. My daughter's trying to call me right now. I thought I saw something weird. All right, my daughter won't give up. She's 3 years old and she's calling me on Messenger. Let's say hello. Oh, no answer. All right. There we go. Yeah, I don't like that for us. I know what you mean, what that feels like. And then by the next morning, it's like, where am I going to be? Have you ever ended up holding a bag because of a distraction or a small household crisis? Yes. Oh, that's a really good question. I have a good story about that. Isabella Donovan, I would go live with you, but we seem to have figured out that whenever we do these going live, whenever you join my live, which I would love to do, TikTok messes up my mic. And then from then on forward, my mic is all messed up. So I'm really sorry, everybody, but I'm not going to be doing those. I wonder if I can turn that off here for now. Yeah, I'm going to turn that off. Okay, so you don't have to be disappointed by me saying, unfortunately, I can't do that. Okay, I think I've turned that off. I'm going to double check. Yeah, I would love to do that, but there seems to be we'll do that tonight or tomorrow night. We'll do that more. Okay, so listen, this was the story. Somebody asked me just now, who was it? Robert Durham asked, have you ever ended up holding a bag because of a distraction or small household crisis? Yes. What was happening was it was one of the biggest panic days, red days. I think it was in October of last year. Huge, big red panic day. And I play something called the Panic Spy Drops. It's also my own play. And I usually am only in for about a point, and then we get out, and then a point, and then we get out. Well, somewhere during one of the drops, my wife called me and said she had a flat tire. but it was just right kind of down the street. You know, it was by a lake down at the end of the golf course in this neighborhood that I live in. And so I said, oh my God, I'm right in the middle of a trade. But I took my phone because I could always use my phone or whatever, right? But I just forgot about, I don't know, I just forgot about it in the intensity of everything. And so I put the phone in my pocket. I got to the car. I'm working on the tire for like 45 minutes or whatever. And in fact, when I left, the SPY puts were on iffy territory. Like they were kind of like getting some support. And I was like, shoot, you know. But anyway, I left, went to the car, did the whole changing of the tire. I think it took like maybe 20 to 45 minutes. I had to change the tire twice because after we put it on, something was wrong with the way we put the tire on. So then I had to pull it off, put it back on again. Oh, I know, the car fell over and the jack, you know, had to re-jack up the car again, which is really takes a long time with those stupid little jacks they give you with the car. You have to like go like this, you know, for like time. Anyway, so I'm sitting there and I'm really, you know, again thinking like, shit, God, man, you know, there's only a couple ways it could go. Either it's going to be where I left it, I'm going to be down, or if some magic fairies came and I'll be up, you know. So I get home, I check, and I was up $8,000. I closed them out, so it actually worked in my favor. So she was my good luck charm. Well, I don't just day trade. Somebody asked a good question. How much do I make day trading? But I don't just day trade. I have a larger investment portfolio, dividend income earning one. I have an economic portfolio, which follows the economy. I have a swing trade portfolio. And then I have a day trade account, several day trade accounts. And they all have different rates of return. But obviously, the ones that have a high rate of return, Jedi lightsaber, you just drew on my screen. Click undo or whatever. I'll clean it. Obviously, they the higher, the riskier ones, the day trading ones, they return more as well, but they're higher risk. Like the risk of ruin in a day trading account is much higher than in a long-term investment account. So you'll often have to have them feed each other, kind of like buckets that fill up into the next bucket. Do you do live for your swing trades? I love the trades you make, but my account doesn't let me sell same day. Yeah, and swing trades is perfect for you, Edgar, in that situation. I don't necessarily do lives for the swing trades, but I give the alerts right in the group. So if you just sign up for the membership, you'll get those alerts, and then you can choose to grab those. And another thing is that link that I gave you earlier, marketmastery.teachable.com. There's lessons there on how to do swing trading. I think Vanessa is taking it pretty heavily right now, taking those lessons. And she says very good things about it. So she's in our group right now. I think maybe she left for the day. Yeah. Oh no, she's here. Oh, there you are. Yeah. Okay. The bottle of champagne. Do you remember that? That's right. I keep it as a good luck charm. That's right. The membership amount can change. It's currently $150, so it's about $35 a week. And for example, this morning we made members about $8,000. So obviously, it's well worth the money. There you are, Elliot. Let's see, Lucas Miller. You said that you use Thinkorswim and your charts are not red and green like mine. That's because that's my custom programmed indicator. Here, I'll give you a link privately, but it's to my link tree, and that'll take you to that particular. What is it here? Yeah. Plugin. However, I will say this, if you get a VIP membership, that plugin is included. That indicator for Thinkorswim is included with paying VIP memberships. My thoughts on Doge are just like basically hold, buy and hold. What's up, Vanessa? Yeah, if you use Thinkorswim, just send me a message later today, a private message asking for that. Okay, so that's the first time right now. AMD just made the 5-minute green candle over red candle high. AMD for the first time putting in a potential bottom. It might not be a for sure thing. We're acting on low volume midday now, much more midday. But it may be. It may be. So it's, can be worth the risk. So AMD now at like 84.9, and then the bottom 84.3. You only have 60 cents of risk for potentially, like $5 a gain, maybe even $10 a gain. So anyway, AMD possibly bottomed right now. Jack asks, best way to first begin day trading? 100% for sure by opening like a Thinkorswim or Webull account. And you can do that through me. So we get you and I both get bonus stocks. Just private message me. But then paper trade and then save money. So paper trade's like simulated trading. And then save money while you are practicing. That's the best way, because you need about 25 or 30 grand to actually do day trading properly. And in the meantime, obviously, the money you're saving and working towards that $25,000, $30,000 goal, that you can have invested in some good assets that will appreciate. Yeah, not a lot of people want to hear, oh, you mean fake trade? Yeah, because you suck. You suck initially. Every one of us, we all suck initially. The first year of learning to trade, your goal should be to lose the least amount of money. That's literally your goal. Has nothing to do with making money. For a whole year, that should be your goal. Like you write it on the wall. My goal, lose the least amount of money. That's what you focus on for your first year. So I know it's not that sexy to be simulator trading and to be paper trading, but the fact that you're not losing money starts to become sexy, because now you're saving money every weekend. You're putting it in there and it's growing, and you're not losing money, and you're learning, and you're making tons of mistakes, and you're not losing money. That becomes pretty sexy. All right, we got a member who, Alex, grabbed some AMD. Yeah, so we'll see where it goes from here, Alex. Your out would be the bottom of the day, 84.32. So you have 60 cents of risk. Yeah, I mean, one person, Bowden Woodworking, says in his first year of trading, he lost $600. It's not a lot. It's not terrible, he says, but it still was not fun. And it's never fun, no matter how much you lose. But I actually get like excited whenever I lose very little, and whenever I know how to get out of something right near the top, like we did today with Shopify and Google. I mean, that's why I keep asking members who just traded, and anyone out on TikTok who just traded Shopify and Google with us, like, how did that feel? You basically got the top. You got the bottom to the top. I mean, go back and look at that chart, you guys. Go back and look at Shopify. Go back and look at Google. You got the bottom, very close to bottom price, and you got out at basically the top. Like, how did we do that? What magic is that? It's not that hard. The hard part is the discipline. And the hard part is knowing when the chart is not perfect, how to actually see it. So that takes some experience. And the idea there being to not only lose the least amount of money, like I said, that's what your focus for your first year should be, but to also give back the least amount of gains once you've got gains. So both of those. But by the, your second year of training should be how to stay in the longest properly, right? So now you combine that. You have a foundation of like, I now know how not to lose very much money. Now you build on that. How do I make sure I stay in for the whole trade? And that's what we did this morning on Google. And that's what we did this morning on Shopify. By the way, Shopify, Faraz, and a couple of you guys who understand the pivot point trading stuff, you can probably see on Shopify, it broke that pivot low, back there about, 20 minutes ago, 25 minutes ago. So if you look at that chart, so somewhere right along there, probably when it broke the 8 MA, that's when it reversed. It flipped on the day. So Shopify is short now. It's holding a little bit better than Google is, but it's short, just the same as Google is. What's a great long-term stock in the cannabis world? I mean, I've been pretty partial to ACB. Let me take a look again at the swing trade chart here. Yeah, I can't say I really love that anymore. Checking Grow Generation. Grow Generation's topped out lately. Based on the charts, I'm not incredibly bullish on the cannabis right now. Like I was last year at the end of the year, September, the last quarter, But, you got to change. Like, I mean, for the last 4 months, it's gone nowhere except down or sideways. People get excited about something, and then when are you going to be done being excited about it? Like in 47 years? Like at a certain point, you need to be over it. Like it's not doing it anymore. You see what I mean? So at a certain point, like what's it going to be for you? Is it going to be years? Is it going to be decades? Some people it can be decades. Is it going to be months? Is it going to be weeks? Is it going to be a day? For me, I'm able to know when that moment is, when something's done, within a few weeks. So I think cannabis has been done since earlier this year, about 2 or 3 months ago. Correct. I mean, people are talking about GME and AMC. You said AMD, but I think you meant AMC. And it's pretty much over. There's still some volatility plays there, but they're all aftershocks. So see how AMD is not really following through. Who got that? I forget. Alex. See how AMD is not really following through, Alex? That's like an invitation for you to just go like, okay, fuck you, and you just take your money back. You can do that at a minimum loss. You don't have to wait for the stop. If it's been like 15 minutes and the thing isn't following through, that's something you can do. You don't have to do that. I'm not necessarily recommending that, but I'm just letting you know that's an option. When something lacks follow through, that's, means that you could get out. You could take your capital off the table. You have a couple other options, and that is that when it gets closer to the bottom, you could average in another option. You could average in more, so you get a better cost average. Again, though, you'll be cutting at the bottom of the day. And then the third option is if green candle breaks another red candle high and it actually starts to make progress, then you also buy another option. So you double up on the momentum upward, or you double up on a pullback. But all in all, those are your three options. Just go ahead and get out, or get ready to, get in more seriously if it starts to put in the momentum, or to cost average if it starts to fail. because it may be giving you a better price. You never know when the thing's going to take off like this. It can skip the bottom for a while, but lack of follow through, you should listen to it. If it's not following through, it may skip the bottom and then drop further. Yeah, but there you go, Alex. A couple options for you. Yeah, definitely against cost averaging, but not with momentum breakout trading. With momentum breakout trading, that is part of the actual trading strategy. By the way, that reminds me, tomorrow night we'll have a class for members. So make sure you grab a membership. Click the link in my bio to join our Discord. And it's going to focus on patterns and trading patterns, setups, and how to recognize those patterns and see them. And if you like, we can go over some swing trading patterns as well. So tomorrow night should be a fun class. I go live every morning for the first 2 hours of the day. So I love Texas Instruments, but it had some bad earnings today. I guess it is what happened. So it dropped down. I still think now it's just at a good purchase point, which is the bottom end of its channel. It may be a worthwhile risk getting in once it settles in over the next few days. That's how I feel about it. I like Texas Instruments. Safe Moon, it's pulled back. It may be worthwhile to grab the dip, or it may be a sign that that was the peak back there, and it's not going to take off any further. But time will tell. Ethereum, yeah, that's just the best. Ethereum, I think like Ethereum, you can almost treat like a savings account, like putting money on the market. It's like, between 1% and 5% of your portfolio should be in crypto, and I think probably at least 25% of that, should be in Ethereum. What's up, Tristan? I'm not sure if you answered my question, but how much do you trade with in a day? Why do you ask? Like, what are you asking? Like, what are you trying to get at? Because I have a lot of I have a lot of accounts, and there's a lot of different kinds of trades I do every day. And I imagine you're asking that because you want to learn something for yourself. So what's your situation, and what's the question you really want answered about you? Yeah, you can join tomorrow the class will be free. Yes, you just have to click the link in my bio and then join our Discord. No, I haven't been following Capstone Mining. Let me take a look, and I'll tell you what I think. No, I don't think good things about it. I don't think bad things about it, but it's just sideways. One question from somebody is, am I a day trader or a longer period investor trader? Actually, everything. I'm all of the above. High frequency trader. So, I don't get down all the way to just being a scalper, but just above scalping. I'm not the bacteria on the flea, but I'm the flea on the dog. And then I do day trading and options day trading, momentum trading on the day, and then swing trading. So I also do day swinging. That's my own system called day swinging. And then swing trading, and then investing, and kind of like quarterly investing. So I do it all, actually. But thank you for that question. I don't know how that helps you, but thank you. Ed says, would you still be in crypto right now with the Bitcoin breakdown? No, I'm not really that heavily in crypto right now. I've got some more Ethereum and I've got some altcoins. I'm not too heavy right now in crypto because I want to see Bitcoin bottom over the next few months. Which that goes right against that thesis we had, what was it, like 2 months ago, to get into SOS, Mara, Riot, Ethereum, Bitcoin for the stimulus inflation on crypto markets. And it doesn't seem to happen. And Bitcoin gave the signal otherwise. So I'm quick to adapt. I'm not going to sit there and go like, but I said that it was supposed to go up. That's just not how I trade. I'm chart trader. So like, whatever the charts tell me, that's where I go. How's Applied Materials? Let's see. We're in it. And let's see how it's looking today. Not too good today. That's probably just on the outlook of this sector. Right now is at the point where it broke the low of yesterday's low. And yet that's not, you could either get out today if you like, and then you'll be out forever. Or really the final indication would be is if it breaks yesterday's low. I mean, the day before the day before low. So 134.28. Keep an eye on it. Hi from Greece. What do you think of Eclipse? Is Eclipse a crypto stock or is that a company? Yeah, that must be something in crypto. I don't have my crypto screen up at the moment. Let me see if I can pull that up. Do I think Royal Dutch Shell will go back up to pre-COVID? Boy, I don't know. But if you know of a better place to put your money, just shift your money from there over to that other thing that you are more sure that it's going up. There's no reason to bag hold. Money is money, man. You don't need to wait a year to make more money with the money you have. Eclipse. Let's see. I don't know if you're still listening, but let's see. Eclipse. Pulling it up. Well, similar to Safe Moon, it looks like Eclipse peaked a couple days ago and is on a decline, on a downtrend and a decline. So possibly buy the dip if you think it's going to have another wave. I can't predict if it's going to have another wave. So Alex, hopefully you cut your AMD while I was talking. And that little lecture about it following through, see what I mean? It can have been good to cut AMD when it wasn't following through, so you could get out even before your stop loss. Yeah, Eclipse seems to have hit its peak. You're from San Francisco. Okay. Thoughts on XRP? I like XRP long, very long. But probably it's gotten a bit overvalued lately. And I'd like to see it back at about 0.7 to buy more and to get in more. Any good moves right now? This morning we did Google and Shopify for 250% gains. We had multiple members make about $8,000 or more between those. And then another person says, what's the stress? Just buy the dip and hold. NCLH, let's see. NCLH has been sideways, slightly appreciating over time. And that's just the way the travel sector has been, especially the cruise lines. So Yeah, it continues. It continues to, climb back up. It looks like it's going to take another year or more to get back to where it was. Doge, buy and hold. How will inflation affect the market long term? It will put a lot of stress on companies who are high in debt. And it will appreciate prices on industrials, base materials, and commodities. STPK, merger thoughts. Their ticker is about to change. STPK. It looks like it crapped out around 42. I wouldn't necessarily be holding anymore. 42. I would have got out at 42. GMEV, GMEV. Let's take a look. So this is a good time of day, midday. There's not a lot moving around, not a ton of like extreme opportunities. This is a good time to look for swing trades. Alex, are you still around? Did you cut that? Yeah. No, I didn't see you say that, but hopefully you cut out of your. You're a very good trader. I'm positive you cut out of that. Did well. Futu had a nice pop. Do I still have a position? No, we day traded Futu a lot. We didn't get in that long term too much. GMAV, one more time on that. GMAV, pretty sideways. Don't know if I expect anything from that. Jumia, also broken down. It's in a downtrend. No good. How do I get the charts up like that on TD? So that's my own custom programmed indicator that I built. That's how I like to see my charts. When things are up and when things are down, I like to know if they're red or green on the day. You can get that for free with a membership to my server, to our trading community. Just click the link in my bio, and you can join our community, get trade alerts, options alerts, talk with fellow traders, be in the Zoom right now with us, be in a live stream at higher resolution. IDEX, IDEX. Yeah, that's no good. Yeah, lift oscillating like crazy. That's no good. Yeah, Boeing took a big hit today. I saw that on the news. The president of Shopify is on CNBC right now if you want to listen. Yeah, Powell said that he's not concerned about inflation and he doesn't think that inflation is really occurring. He's had some very strange comments about inflation, and his comments have caused a lot of alarm in like the bond market and where inflation is important in interest rates, and something not quite lining up. It's like the writing's on the wall, and it seems like the Fed is ignoring actual inflation that's going on. Hey, they're the geniuses, though. We'll see. I don't know if they're geniuses, but anyway, IDEX. Yeah, I don't like it. AMC, hell no. Best buy and sell indicator. The best buy channel. Buying at the bottom of a channel on a trending stock. We just did Jumio. We just did IDEX. AvePoint and AXPT. Let me see. APXT. Yeah, it doesn't look good. I mean, if you wanted to get a good price, I guess you could say that maybe now it's good, but it doesn't really look too good. Look at that Google. Below where we got it, right? Didn't we get it at 2408? I'm pretty sure we got it at like 2408. What are my thoughts on UPS the last couple of days? Not that big of a deal. If you look at the history over years and years and years and years of charts of UPS, it doesn't provide much return. I think there's better opportunities out there for you. What, in your opinion, is the best stock to have? I mean, if you had to just pick one thing and you just wanted to just not have to think too much, and every time you had money, you could just keep putting it in, you get the market. You get a market fund. So something like VOO. And it's not a bad idea. It's a good idea. Beating the market is its own specialty. The market itself does very well. Beating the market is tough to do. It's much easier to just take the returns the market gives you. Beat inflation and you're okay. Where do you think SHLX is going from here? Looks like it's about to pop. What is that? The high of 16. And from there, return back to 22. So there's some potential there, but it's going to be slow. But it depends on how correlated that is with oil, the price of oil, because the price of oil is pretty much topped now at $65. Is Deer going crazy? Oh, yeah, Deer for a channel swing, yeah. How is Deer? Let's see. And I want to check Crocs, too. All right, Deer's hanging in there. Crocs, do they have a red day today? Yes, I figured it would. There we go. So that's an indication either we'll see tomorrow if it creates like a bullish hot dog across the 3 days, or it's going to pull back and fill the gap, come back to the bottom end of the edge of the channel, and that's when we'll strike on Crocs. Patience. Have some patience and it will come. Should I just sell my Intel right now? Yes. Intel has been going sideways for decades. It's just not doing anything for you. There's nothing Intel's going to do for your money. Just sell it. Put it in something else that's going up, like Deer, DE. GoPro. What's it at now? Like $4? Oh, wow. $11. Nice. Yeah, GoPro's growing. It's a pretty choppy ride, but it is growing. GoPro. OCGN. Just a hype stock. Doing bad. Hype stock doing bad. Anytime it has a pop, take profits, get out. Oh, who, what, huh? Don't get Evan started on DE. Yeah. No, I still don't think that that's probably the best stock on the market. When we have SPY pull back and we start to look at, okay, what should we get into for the next few weeks? Look at this midget jumping up around or something. Then I will find some stuff that's really, really great. NEO is the question. Somebody wants to know about NEO. No, NEO's in a downtrend now. Rolls-Royce. What is the symbol on that? It's like 5 letters long, I think. Yeah, Ricey. Oh God, no. No, that's going. Why would you want to be interested in Rolls-Royce? That's going to go down to bankruptcy probably in a year, huh? Looks terrible. Thoughts on Lyft earnings? You have 75 and 80 calls. Yeah, I don't like that at all. I think that's a pretty scary proposition you got there. So you're saying you think it's going to go up? I mean, the 80 calls because they're lottos, maybe better. But you maybe should take your money back on the 75s. You're putting too much money into it. You just play the lotto play, but better than that, don't play earnings plays. Just don't. They're losing propositions. You will lose in the long run all of your money that you play in earnings plays. Instead, play the earnings reaction. Don't play the guessing game. Play the earnings reaction. So after the earnings come out, like we did today on Shopify and Google, they both had positive sentiment. We got them on the dip, and we made $8,000 on each one. Yeah, somebody says keep us posted on Crocs. Yeah, definitely. I'm looking for Crocs to come back down to something like 88, the number of keys there are on a piano, something like that, 88. TTNDY, what is that? Tektronic Industries, OTC. Ooh, very nice. That's been on a beautiful run. Very nice. Yeah, good. I don't know how long it will last, but good. Yeah, Robert. Yeah, you could make that play if that's something that you specialize in. I specialize in shit that goes up. Frankly. But if you specialize in like creatures that jump out of the swamp for a minute, go for it. I think somebody was asking for SOS. No, it's no good. Do I think Polkadot will grow the next few days? Probably. That's cool. I mean, it's good to have the. See, who said that? I think it might have been Warren Buffett. It could have been somebody else. I can't quite remember, but somebody had the advice that said, when you invest in something that's a field that you have an edge in, that you know about, that you have an edge in. Because it's all the same. It's all the same. It's just that, now you have a little bit of an edge because you know something maybe a little bit sooner. You're tuned in a little bit more. So this is very good advice. Invest in things that you happen to be orientated towards so that it's in your ecosphere of communications. Thoughts on uranium? Yeah. Oh, I think uranium mining is excellent. That's absolutely the future. Absolutely. I'm extremely bullish on uranium. We have a shortage of uranium. And as we open up into SpaceX, as we open up into space, uranium is pretty much the only power source we can use right now that's going to last 30, 40, 50, 80 years. And we absolutely need uranium. We're so short on uranium that just the need, from the supply and demand perspective, the price is going to go up. Robert says, it's a long shot. Only reason I know is I work on that airfield. Yeah. And then you continued, if you wonder how the hell we win wars, I don't know. We had an Osprey breakdown at sea, and they had to send the engine to Indiana to get it fixed because the Marines weren't allowed to touch it. What the hell are we supposed to do in a war when we lease our engines? So, Robert, is there a particular president, would you say, is administration, that allowed that to happen? I'm not going to get political, but I'm curious from you, since you happen to know, a bit from over there. I'm sure maybe you have an idea. Viacom, wow. That was just such a huge drop off. When you have a huge drop off like that, it sets it in bearish motion. So Viacom, I'm very bearish on. That's just how charts work. And then Neo, we already did. Apple will wait till tomorrow. Nokia, there's nothing there in Nokia. They have a good patent archive that's worth money that they can make money on over the years. But there's no particularly good trade going on in Nokia. Somebody says, what do I think of Palantir? I'm bearish on Palantir in the short term and very bullish on the long term. Well, Paul says Biden sucks. Another person says, did he make it great again? So, there's always that debate. MNMD, mushroom stock, IPO'd yesterday. Right. IPO'd through a SPAC, I guess. I don't know. It's at $4. How long have I been trading? Off and on. You can go check out the my bio on the primetimetradinggroup.com website. But off and on for the last, I think it's been 25 years, but it actually probably has been more. I just keep getting older every year. So that number, probably I need to update that number. GSAT, we already looked at. CCIV, bullish, short-term bullish. AHT, let's see. AHT, no, it doesn't look good. It had a very nice candle today, but it looks like probably was just hype. Qualcomm's been struggling, topping out after having been a good stock for a while. Adapt, change quickly. It's no longer good. Qualcomm was good, no longer good. Rommel, I'm going to stay away from AMD. We had a failed bottom reversal, and so we don't do it again. You know what I mean? So, if you start to see a really strong sign, maybe it breaks 2 pivots in a row. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, exactly. 88 on Crocs. Yep. Yeah, Muds, good. We got in at 1070 a couple weeks ago. Which wallet do you recommend to keep your crypto? MetaMask and Trust Wallet seem to be the most popular right now. Yeah, Google is kind of turning around right now, but that's all right. You understand, with low volume being the way it is, the best trade is in the morning, the first 30 minutes. So we made our money on Google. Why go in and dick around with it now? I don't like to do retracement trades or counter trend trades. They're very advanced. It's not a good idea for me to be signaling to you guys to be getting into those, because you're going to get chopped out. They're very advanced trades. You have to use a lot of information to inform them. And I don't recommend you get into something after it's done like that. So that's what Google's doing right now. But it's, the trade was done. Trade again tomorrow. It's so simple. The Clove is now up 18%. Where's my Clove? Yeah, Clove still running. The only problem is that the pullbacks are pretty hardcore. So I don't recommend it as an all-day runner. But it may run all day. It's just that you have to stomach some pretty massive swings. VNE dropping, and that was one of the earlier bleeders that I called out. So Robert says it's more like senators, like for the F-35 program, for instance, or pretty much any large acquisition. If you are Boeing, NG, Lockheed, you get your bid, then you build the parts for the new airframe vehicle project in as many separate states as possible. That way you can overrun your cost projections by billions and no one will ever shut down the project because there isn't a senator in his right mind who will back shutting down a project that will cost thousands of jobs in his home state. You then end up with an airframe vehicle too big to fail, no matter how much it overruns the projected development cost. Interesting. Riot, let's see where Riot is at as far as the general chart. Riot, yeah, no downtrend, but it's at the bottom end of the breakdown, if you want to call it that. So it's possible low risk entry. We already looked at Jumia. We already looked at Doge. AION. AION. What is that? Gosh, no, that just looks absolutely horrid. Terrible, terrible. AMD, like long term, I mean, like as far as like the trend. No, I've seen much better stocks right now to invest in. Should you sell Mavis? It's up 21.6%. I'll tell you this, Mavis is not something that you hold overnight. I mean, Mavis. I keep calling it Mavis. MVIS, Microvision. It's become unhinged, and so therefore you don't hold it overnight. So pick a time today to sell it, period. Somebody would like to know about Verizon. Sideways, not worth any money. TROX earnings after hours. So wait until after the earnings. Yeah, that's a nice looking chart, TROX. We were waiting for an entry point on AMD, but no, it just keeps failing out on us. AMD is a no-go. It's so far below VWAP at this point. Just a total no-go. Shopify looks like an ABCD pattern. Anyone who's been with us for a while knows that when I say ABCD pattern, they probably start salivating because I don't say it very often. But Shopify looks like an ABCD pattern setting up. A near perfect one. So your exit would be 1260-ish, okay, 1260. So you want to be getting in towards the bottom of that. So ABCD play possibly forming on Shopify. I'm going to alert it to the group right now. By the way, if anybody is with me now who remembers the mic problem we were having earlier, yeah, that wasn't my fault. That was from. Let me get this thing out of here. That was from when we joined with other people to do lives with them, which is awesome. But unfortunately, apparently, it messes up the mic. They're having some technical problems with that. So the ABCD pattern is this. I'm going to draw it and post it in the group. Okay, and now I'm posting that into the group. I'll check out Tilray in just a second. Let me post this alert about Shopify. Yeah. Well, no, not necessarily, Paul. That was a very good question. If you buy shares instead, you'll be able to get rid of them in after hours when it pops, if it pops in after hours, which is what might happen. That was a good question. Okay, the play on Shopify has been posted. ABCD setup on Shopify. As Paul mentioned, I recommend you use shares. That way you can sell them in after hours in case that's when it pops. Shopify may go to 1350, something like that in after hours. Obviously, you can't make money on options. You can't sell your option in after hours. If anyone got into ALDX for the bleed out, that's totally not bleeding out. I'm going to take that off. Yeah, we looked at Ethereum earlier. Ethereum is a buy and hold long term. Once Apple earnings comes out, we'll play the reaction tomorrow in the morning, just like we did today with Google. Spotify, let's see. The market is somewhat panic dropping right now. Maybe there's been some remarks from the Fed. Spotify, that's pretty sideways. Not a great place to put your money. Intel, nah. Also, same problem, sideways, doesn't go anywhere. Young Hui. Is that how you pronounce your name? Yang Hui? Or I could just call you Yang. Or unless you like to be called Yang Hui. I mean, some people call me Ev. Oh, okay. I pronounced it perfectly. Yang Hui. Okay. My friend is Chinese, so I don't know if that's Chinese, but Li is typically a Chinese name. Could be Taiwanese, I suppose. But Yeah, I grew up working at his Chinese restaurant and with his Chinese family, and being in San Francisco, Chinatown. I have a fond friendships with the Chinese, and I can even say a couple of things probably wrong, but I think it's like ngoi, ngoi. Maybe that means thank you or please. I forget. Ngoi. I probably should actually learn it. Snow. Let's take a look at snow. Sure. Wow, snow. Just like boy, that's what I would like to see with Palantir. Snow is like way down at the bottom end now. It's exactly why you don't get hyped up on these IPOs. Give them some months to settle in. Clove continuing to run. Clove on a seriously beautiful run right now. Right here. Woo! What other earnings reactions am I going to play tomorrow morning? Pearson? We'll know tomorrow morning because they'll show up. Apple might not even show up. We'll see. What we need to see is a huge positive sentiment reaction, just like we got in Shopify and just like we got in Google. And we had, I think, 250% gains on Shopify with some members. Unbelievable. SRNE. Sorrento Therapeutics. Oh, okay. So Sorrento Therapeutics does look like it's come off of a bottom pivot reversal, and maybe that's going to go positive over the next few weeks. But overall, I don't necessarily like the company, the chart. It doesn't look too great. FFIV, okay, yeah. Let's see, FFIV. All right, the market is now below yesterday's close. That's a point in which, if we can get below yesterday's low, that's going to be a very cool point. So F5 networks opened today very low. So I don't necessarily think that's a very good sign. I'm now bearish on F5. It's broken trend. Doge, buy and hold. ANKR. Let's see. It's not coming up. Maybe you meant AMKR. How do you join the group? The link in the bio. Yeah, or the other way you could do it is go to primetimetradinggroup.com. So Yang Hui, sorry to repeat my question again regarding call option trading. So to buy a call option at strike price with the least expiry, expecting a bullish movement, how does it work? I buy 100 of the call option for 2,200 and it reaches 1290. I sell my call option. Am I right? Well, I think you're probably right, but the way you worded that was really confusing. So even I didn't fully understand. But trying to figure out what you're saying, I think I do understand, and I think you're right. But listen, here's how it works. I'm going to make it really simple for you. How to trade options. How to trade options calls. Okay, here we go. Buy any fucking call. Sorry for my Chinese. Buy any fucking call option. And if the stock goes up, the call option goes up. That's it. That's good. You know, it's like good equals good. So, but the best you can do is get the, for a day trade, is get the soonest expiration and the strike number that's closest to the current price. It doesn't matter if it's a little up or down or whatever. When the price of the stock goes up, all call options go up. All of them, all the expirations, all the strikes, they all go up. So you don't have to worry too much. You could just start to practice. And if you're a little bit worried, you know, you could do paper trading on that. Let's see. What do I think about Coinbase? Let's take a look. So Coinbase, let it settle in. Let it have a couple of weeks, a couple of months to settle in, okay? Let it find its bottom. See what I'm saying? All right, the market is dropping more. SPY, the market. Polygon, UDT, Skills, SafeMoon, Pinterest. Skills, yeah, came off the bottom reversal. Skills looks good. UDT, not coming up. SafeMoon, buy the dip. Robert says, for real, when are you going to write a book? Robert, you tell me, you know, what do you like most about what I have to say, and I'll do it. I'll gear it in that direction. It looks like the market may be dropping because Apple is dropping. Apple seems to be dropping specifically. Was there a earnings leak? What has happened here? I think maybe there was a leak. Anybody know what's up with Apple? Doge, Elon, it's been up. Yes, Doge good. Thoughts on CRO? It's all right. It's all right. It's penny stock. It does seem to be in an uptrend. Elon has been dropping some cryptic tweets hinting to buy XRP. Oh, has he? That's interesting. That is actually kind of interesting. Anybody got the word on why Apple just fell below yesterday's low? That's not a good sign. Should you use Coinbase? Sure. CCIV, I think that just had a bottom reversal. That looks good. XRP. Let me pull that up. XRP. It's a little bit high for me. I'd rather get it a little bit lower. Let me get the exact price on it for you. I'd rather get it around $1, and I think it could be had. Wait for $1. What was your question? How do I get into trading? I'm curious, but have no idea where to start. Send me a private message, and what I'm going to do is help you decide on whether or not to get Thinkorswim or Webull, the two platforms. And then from there, we'll get bonus stock if you sign up for either one. But basically, they both offer paper trading. So you can just practice. You can just like do pretend trading, see what it's like at first. And in the meantime, you can be saving your money. Yeah, CCIV, like I just said, bottom reversal looks good. Pfizer, no, I don't like it. Sideways. Yeah, you bet. I think you meant to say path. And path, you got to let these IPOs settle down and find their bottoms more. Give them some time. Square, no, that has crapped out and it is now in a downtrend. Neo, same thing, crapped out in a downtrend. You're welcome, Drew, if you're listening somewhere. You just sent me a message. Advice for using Robinhood. Diversify. Make sure you get in at least 20 positions, and they're all very highly unrelated. In other words, you don't get in Apple and Microsoft and Hewlett Packard and Dell. Those are all computer companies. You want to get in like Apple, ExxonMobil. That's an oil company. Company energy. A whole bunch of different. Just diversify. Best thing I can tell you. Try to get into 20 highly different areas. So I can give you Pink Moon. Pink Moon. Let's see. I mean, literally, I'm not even going to say it. But there's some pretty vulgar other coins out there now. I think you know which ones I mean. They're really fun to say. No, that's not coming up. I'm not able to give a prognosis on Pink Moon. GSAT, yep, we just went over that. Riot, we went over. MP, Mara and Riot going up right now. Okay, let's take a look at Mara and Riot. No, I don't like Riot for as far as any kind of, in other words, it's not just because it's going up right now doesn't mean it's going up. But I will say this, that it's at the bottom of a huge trading range that's been going on over the last few months. So it could be a nice low risk spot to be getting in. But I think there's far better opportunities out there, including Bitcoin. Bitcoin looks better than Riot right now. Riot and Mara, I've just gone sideways for a while. Mara probably the best of the bunch. Carnival Cruise Lines long term, yeah, it's going to be about another year before it's climbed out of the bowl. So a very slow gain. There's again probably better picks out there. Uber topping, not the greatest investment right now. LTNC, no, that looks like just pure hype. What is that? Labor Smart, is that a SPAC? No. It does seem to be appreciating, but that's pure hype. Be careful. Doesn't look like there's any kind of business return there. Yeah, SPY was pushing down again for a moment, but it seems to have come back up. The VIX rose sharply, so that was true uncertainty that just happened back there. So what is this? Bracing for Apple earnings. What to focus on? Xpeng. No, that's in a downtrend. A lot of EVs are in a downtrend right now. Robert, your connection bottomed out. Not sure if you saw my last comment. Apple went up against Google in the EU, and the lawsuit was dropped. Yeah, maybe. But the price went down, which is I'm not computing that, but I guess that could have been the catalyst. Strange though, the price went down, right? Oh, maybe it's because therefore Apple is not going to get a reward. So that was bad for Apple. No, I'm good. I checked it out. I'm not interested in LTNC. Thank you very much. PDSB. That's biotech. Of course, you got to watch out for offerings on those. Frequent offerings whenever the price gets high, and the price is getting high. I wouldn't want to be in now. CTRM. Nope. In the downtrend. The hype is over. That's a hype stock. And it's over. QuantumScape. Yeah, failing. Just like Palantir. Both of them in a downtrend. There'll be a certain point where they'll catch bottom and be worthwhile. What's the ticker on Triller? Macy's. You want me to look at Macy's? Yeah, Macy's has been doing really good, and so has Dillard's, DDS, and Kohl's, KSS. I'm up 250% on those since the March 24 low. PPD. Wow, huge candle recently on PPD. And then it looks like it's going to be acquired, so it's just sitting at 46 now. Nothing to do on PPD. Sell. Take your profits. Plug Power, same thing. Broke trend and is now in a downtrend. Negative on Plug. Energy Fuels. Getting pretty toppy. Looks like it may have broken trend recently and now is in a downtrend. Yeah, Rib T, we've got that. Where is that? It's on the screen right here. Rib T. Not doing good today. We made a lot of money on it yesterday. One of our members almost doubled his entire account trading Rib T with us yesterday. PHX. Looks like PHX Minerals is coming off of a bottom very strongly. So that could be good. PHX. Cloudera, nah, topped out. It's going sideways. AYI. Okay, so remember what I said about Shopify, 1260 being that number on the ABCD pattern. That's when you want to start thinking about getting in, and it's right about there now. Now, if it were to break down from there, okay, trade is over, fine, or see how it bounces off swap at best. But the risk to the reward is very good. Where am I from is one of the questions. Where is that question? It was in here. Somebody asked, where am I from? I don't know, Southern California, I guess mainly, but I'm in Texas. Nikola is on an endless downtrend. NKLA. Cardano. Let me take a look. So Cardano in a very good run recently, pretty much sideways around $1.20 lately. Yep, sideways. Is Clove topping? Yes, and in fact, it's broken trend now. You would want to get out of Clove at like around 10.9, and it's already at 10.75. Clove is broken, the uptrend. NAKD. Let's see. Yeah, no, that looks terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Yep, NAKD. Terrible. INVE. Well, that's just been on a straight trend going up for months and months and months, from 250 all the way up to about 13 now. 418% growth. That looks pretty good. INVE. And Moderna is pretty much topped and going sideways over the last 6 months. So there's no opportunity there. OSEBX. Well, that's the one I was looking at, Robert. UEC. Yeah. For uranium, UEC. And I am very bullish on uranium. OSEBX. Yeah. Ooh, that is a very nice uptrend. Look at that. What is that? Euronext Oslo. OSEBX. I don't have information on what that either ETF or company is, but that's a gorgeous chart. And it doesn't even show me performance, but it is very good performance. I like it. Yep, we already went over GSAT. Safe Moon, is it going up soon? It's in a bit of a dip. Thoughts on Karoo Limited? You actually put the right number of O's? That's pretty funny. Looks like it's a recently released stock. Let it settle in. Let it bottom. Give it time. Boulder. BLDR. Builders First Source. It's in just a gorgeous uptrend channel. It's one of the stocks that we channel trade, but right now it's not at the top of the channel. I'm not at the bottom of the channel. Not a buy. We want it to get down to like 47, something like that. CLVS, nah, it doesn't look good. I'll be right back. Gonna grab a snack. All right, how's everybody doing? Thinking of shorting GME? All right, I better look at that for you. Yeah, honestly, that's a very good idea. I am eating a bagel with butter. So did you guys get that entry on Shopify around 1260? It has popped all the way up to 1276. You'd be up 16 points now. Well, there's Fed news coming later today, so finding a good runner is going to be hard, but I'm about to post my runners and bleeders list to the VIP chat, Doug. So here it comes. Runners and bleeders. And then you can just like cycle through them and see if any of them look, nice and straight. There you go. A good time to buy Doge? Yeah. Safe Moon, a little bit. Not the best time to get in Safe Moon. Could get a little bit lower. It would be nice if it was a little bit lower. Let me take a look at the exact chart right now. Yeah, actually, it's an okay time to get in Safe Moon. Just make sure you get out if it falls below, 4. Right now it's at 5.6. If it falls below 4. Yeah, VUCI is interesting. It's growing and growing and growing, but it is starting to top out. The higher highs are starting to compress, so the momentum is ending. Yeah, we already looked at CCIV tomorrow. Too many hype coins out there, yeah. Shit coins, they call them. They literally call them shit coins. Yeah, good eyes on Tesla. Not bad. But I would want to get in at like 660. Can you see that? Who said that? Asadi. Yeah, like 660 seems to be like a better price for that thesis. Ah, does anybody know of any Japanese tourist travel stocks? Because Japan may be issuing travel ban waivers for vaccinated people soon. What type of strategy do I use to read charts? Pivot. Pivot points is what it's called. Pivot points. Price action. Reading price action. Somebody says, what's the best crypto to get besides Bitcoin and Ethereum? I guess XRP would have to be the answer there. Same problem, Macaria, Lamar, same problem is with FCell. Probably, broken down trend and in a downtrend. Yep, there we go. So like all EV is like that right now. I think it's just it got overbought back there. This bagel is better than one of your kids' Lunchables. I know because I buy those Lunchables. This bagel was a very nice bagel with that Costco Kirkland brand salted butter. Very nice. Hit the spot with some coffee. I'm in my SpaceX shirt. We're trading the stock market. We made $8,000 in the morning per trade. It's a good day. 250% returns. What was your percent for us? 140% return. Did you guys post your gains? Let me go check. Let's read those out. Yeah, it looks like we got some of you posting your gains, but very few. PL on the day, $7,200. Way to go, excuse me. And that was 226% gains on Shopify. And I will tell you this, that was so easy. That was such an easy trade. And that goes towards what I always try to tell you guys, is that when the trades are going to go and make you money, they will do that. You don't have to do much, except be wise about where to get out, which includes not getting out too soon. But you don't have to do too much. In the meantime, can you guys please work on losing very little amount of money on trades that don't work? That's what you need to work on. Or giving back a very little bit of your gains if you have some gains, because that's what it's all about. Losing very little. Just like that's it. It's just like in poker, when I used to play poker, fold. Oh, let's check out the flop. Ooh, nope, I didn't connect. Fold. Next one, get another hand. Let's check out the flop. Ooh, I connected big time. Ooh, let's see the turn. Oh man, now there's 4 clubs in a row. I don't have any of that. I'm up against 5 other people, so they've got the flush. I'm definitely out. I got to fold. And you're constantly folding. It's very rare that you get all the way to the river, all the way to showdown, right? But that's what happened today. Shopify was a showdown trade. It went all the way to the river. And in the meantime, if you're going to make money, you have to learn how to not accept having to pay very much money, give up money, lose money. You have to fold it when in the situation where you're about to potentially lose money. Just get out. What was the question there? Yeah, XRP and VeChain. Yep. Pretty obvious, option trading is king, yes. Doug, right? We need to get you into option trading. But be very careful with that. Very careful. Evan, do you have my equipment list yet? I sent you an email. Maybe you didn't get it. Maybe I wrote it to the wrong address. I'm waiting for you to respond back to me. I did that like an hour after our lesson. I figured you're just very busy and it's probably in your list of emails to check. I'll take a look at your reply later today. Okay, Doug? All right. Multiple home runs. Yeah. I would call because we got 250% return on Shopify today. That's a grand slam. It's a home run. It's a grand slam, something around there. If we can double, if we can make 25%, that's like first base, 50% second base, 75% third base, 100% return, that's home run. 150%, I'm thinking we got 2 batters in. And then 200%, that's a grand slam. We got 250%. Stocks to buy today? Nah, I'm going to wait for the market to pull back more. I'm waiting for a correction in the market, and then I will get into some things. But as far as day trading something, yeah, there's some opportunities for the day. We already mostly took those opportunities. All right, who got Shopify where I said around 1260 down at the bottom? It is now at 1283 and about to break through on that ABCD pattern. Again, you guys know how often I call out an ABCD pattern, basically never. And when I do, really, really goes. We have had probably close to 80 to 90% follow through on the ABCD patterns. And this one on Shopify is damn near textbook perfect. It's a template. It's like you could lift it. It's like a stencil. It's perfect. It has all the right amount of trapped short traders and trapped long traders right in that zone. And it's just going to take off, break the high of 1300 and probably hit 1350 tonight. Does that mean you should get options on it today? No, that's not what I'm saying at all. In fact, by morning, it could be back to 1250. This is a play for today only. So we're 20 points above entrance on Shopify on the ABCD pattern. Somebody asks, too late for Shopify? Not really. You could get it on the breakout right now, and then maybe it will run to the 1300. But your cost average and your risk would have been much lower if you had bought at the ABCD point in my alert in the Discord, which was around 1260. Which reminds me, if you're not part of my trading community, my trading Discord, come on in. I'd love to have you. Just click the link in my bio. ABCD pattern. We'll be going over it tomorrow in member class. So come on over and join the Discord now. We can pick up a free trial for a whole week, and you can take that class tomorrow night. Facebook. Let's see. Facebook struggling today. I think it reports after hours. Is Facebook today? Yeah. Facebook's going to be reporting after hours. And we'll see how it goes. Tomorrow, we'll just day trade it if it has a positive reaction. Neo, can you explain dark pools? Dark pools are just huge hidden trades going on in the market, and you can try and find them through certain detection mechanisms. Maybe that's a little too general, but you know, that way you'll understand kind of like what it is. For example, there's something called an iceberg order. You can put an order in certain brokerages to sell like 1 million shares of something at a certain price, but to only show that you're selling like 1,000 shares. And so it looks to everyone else that there's 1,000 share order there, but really you're unloading 1 million shares right there. Now, if you can know in a dark pool way what that is for 1 million shares, that could be very informative for you. So it's nice to be able to have some take on the dark pools. Do I think Roku could go up tomorrow? What's up with Roku? Let's take a look at it. Roku's in a downtrend. Do I think it's going to go up tomorrow? Like, man, that's just, it's like there's absolutely nothing indicating that we could know that. Like, it's not in an uptrend. It's right in the middle of a pullback. It's like, if anything, I'd say no. Frankly, it does look like it's going to go down from here, but I could definitely be wrong. It's like it's not going to be fruitful to try to predict tomorrow. It's going to be much more fruitful to predict maybe 2 or 3 weeks from now. CLSK. And then what'd you say about Visa? Yeah, yes, I am aware. Yeah, let me take a look at Visa. What is it doing today? Oh, it's having an outstanding day. Didn't I have that up here somewhere? I guess not. Let's take off Carnival Cruise Lines and put Visa right in this little spot. What? Okay, I'm about to read that. Just let me pull up Visa. What are you saying? Where is the free trial, says Sadie. Here, just let me just give you the link. Okay, here. You go to the website, you grab the free trial, and then it automatically assigns you your role in the Discord that gives you permissions to be a member for a week. Here you go. Let me know if that link doesn't work. I might have mistyped it. I'm typing kind of fast. There you go. And then he says, what? On the Discord, there's a free trial section. Thanks, Sergio. No problem. It says start free trial. It uses the words free trial. Like Sergio is really explaining it. And then Sadie says, is it easy to cancel if I end up not purchasing it after the 7 days? Yeah, completely. It's either on the website or you can just write us a message. It's an easy button you can just uncheck. But Alex says, no, Evan forces you to move in with him. That's not true. Let's see. And then also, here's a bunch of my other resources for anybody who hasn't had a chance to check them out in the last hour or something. You came into the Zoom. GME is going up. Yeah, so actually Visa was struggling kind of throughout the day. Visa has not been a smooth ride all day. But you remember when I called out this morning, FANG? That has been a smooth ride. It has not really broken any significant pivots the whole way. That would have been an all-day gainer. Well, never mind. There was actually one pullback, but then after that, getting back in, it's still doing good, and a huge gain that it made this morning. All right, let me pull up GME. I'll pull it up instead of RIBT. GME about to hit yesterday's close. Yeah, I don't think there's a huge amount of potential there, Paul. I have people still interested in GME. I mean, you understand that going from 173 to 178, which is what it just did, is like going from $1.73 to $1.78. Who gives a fuck? Until the thing actually looks like it's going to pop 200 and then go to 250. All right. Right. But that was a pretty big candle back there. I'll grant you that. Yeah, had about $1 of pop. But you know, it's time to get off of GME. Like I just got off your, never mind. Let's get off of GME. Sadie, the difference between the free SMS trade alerts and the VIP trade alerts are with the free ones, there's just a limited number of them. They come infrequently, let's say, a couple times a week. The VIP trade alerts include all 5 traders. I'm one trader in our group out of, actually, I think we maybe have 6 staff traders. And they're each making multiple alerts every day. And if you don't like one of them, for example, it's not your style, you can just turn off notifications for that alert channel. And if you like another one's style better, I mean, we have all sorts of styles: penny stock trading, spread trading, option swings, and then my stuff, which is kind of covers the spectrum. Similarly, yeah. Huh? Crap's going to $20. I emailed Robinhood. They're going to give me a one-time extension on the PDT ban. Wow. Why, for us? So you can get out of that AMD or whatever it was. It's too late now, man. Don't even need to do it. It's not going to change. What are you in? Okay, just for the future. All right. Yeah, don't waste it on that. Like, right? So if you get membership, Rion, about 75% of the classes that I have taught are in the Discord, okay? But each one is like an hour to 2 hours to 3 hours long. Instead, that, course thing, as you called it, is the collection of the parts of those classes that are perfectly cut out and organized into topics and laid out into that other course thing that you mentioned. So it doesn't include the course thing, but the course thing's only $7. So, in my opinion, the reason you get the course thing, which is just basically video snip outs from all the classes I've ever taught, organized into topics, is to save you time and money and time and being able to focus on things and do learning in a good order and not waste your time on in between parts and be able to focus, for $7, like, basically it's free. I'm not making money off of it. You know what I mean? Like $7 is not, doing anything significant for me. Basically, it's a barrier of entry for me to see that you appreciate what I've done, because I don't want to let people who don't appreciate that have access to it, because fuck them, right? So anyway, $7, that's all it is. If I would make it $4, probably I could make it $4, but then it's hard to overcome some of the fees and the processing. So here's the link. I'll type it again. It's marketmastery.teachable.com. Marketmastery.teachable.com. teachable.com. And you can just read about it there. You can just go there. You don't have to buy it. No one's forcing you to buy anything. But it is only $7, and it's going to save you a ton of time. And plus, by the way, it includes classes and segments from some of my private lessons and other classes that I've taught. So you get more than in the membership with that, and it's in 4K instead of 720p. Yeah, in my opinion, like the $7 is like when you go out, you're going to start a course in college and you get like a binder, a nice binder and a couple separators and some paper. Like if you're not serious about learning enough to be able to do that, right? Then like, no problem. Thanks, Rebel. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's MMED. I think you're talking about MNMD. Team sarcasm. What is it called? Click the link in my bio to be able to join my server. And then there's a channel in there called Chart Trader. That's my username. Chart Trader's Awesome Links. And in there is the collection of videos that I was just talking about. Collection of lessons. Eclipse. Wow, that's a beautiful profile photo you have there, Ronnie. I love that. What does that represent? It's like a beautiful blue circle with a fire circle. It's probably something that I should know. It's like probably like what is that called? Airbender or something. I don't know, but I don't know it. But anyway, I think that's beautiful. Beautiful symbol logo. Thoughts on TIRX? What do you see in the cards? Well, I will tell you this, that we've just been day trading it. So there was that huge drop. And then we day traded it yesterday in the morning and caught a bounce. That's all we got. And it was only for like 7 minutes. And that's all you need sometimes, because it is a really crappy stock. There's nothing reliable going on in it. So there's really nothing to see in the cards on a stock like that. A stock like Deere, for example, or Crocs, which has just been going up and up and up and up every day for a year. Okay, I can tell you that in a week or two, it'll be up. But this one, I don't know. But what I do know is that we day traded. We had one member nearly double their entire account in 7 minutes by just doing my method of high frequency trading. LPX thoughts, all right. I used Thinkorswim from TD Ameritrade. Thinkorswim from TD Ameritrade. If you don't already use it, send me a private message with your first and last name and email, and I'll send you a link. You can sign up, and then we both get like a bonus stock when you do so. Oh, who just brought me LPX? Levi. Wow, what the F? What a trend that is on. LPX, guys. You definitely want to put that on your watch list. I got to write that down. All right. Wow, amazing. Really like the LPX. They do have earnings coming up soon, which might be this week. Let me zoom in a little more. That might be correct. Yes, LPX. Wow. Their earnings are on May 3rd. Is that right? May 3rd, yeah. So that's next week. May 4th, actually. May 4th. That is correct, yeah. Hidden gem. Yeah, but not too much. I mean, you guys, if you just continue to bring me these stock picks, together, we can start to clump these together. I think we have maybe 30 or 40 excellent, excellent trending stocks like this at this point. Another one was that George brought us was a RDC, I think it was. Let me see. Was it RDC? No, it was. Why do I always get it messed up? RPC? No. RCP? No. RCD. Yes, that's it. But that's just this consumer discretionary. Oh, interesting. RCD is the S&P 500 equal weighted instead of market cap weighted. Equal weighted consumer discretionary ETF, and my God, it is just straight up RCD. Oh, I'm going to put that on my in my notes as well. RCD and LPX. Wow. Yeah. Gorgeous. And Deere and Crocs. A little bit rocky recently, but back on track. And, you just get into like 20, 30, 40 of these to let them run. And just like we do with the day swinging, I don't know if you're familiar with the day swinging stuff that we do. We cut whatever doesn't perform and breaks down on us, but we let run anything that continues to run. And you can do that on a swing trade basis. And in fact, that was the basis of the famous turtle trading system, which you can find in this book here, Way of the Turtle, where this one guy, Curtis, well, actually, he was one of the regular layman traders, but this guy trained a bunch of laymen, like 15 people, how to trade, and they made millions together. They all became millionaires. It's theoretically a winning system. It worked for them, but you kind of got to know what you're doing because it is what I just said. It is all about getting out. It's really all about getting out because it's what I just said, which is you get into like 40 positions, so you have to have a lot of capital. And then over time, many of them just don't perform. But one of them, two of them, three of them go on astronomical runs. And those are the ones that make you the millions. Sadie, yeah, what's up? You do automatically receive the role, but only, I believe, I don't administer the server, so I'm not 100% sure about the mechanics, but I believe you have to check your email now. Go check your email. And I think there's a link you click there, and then it will work. I wonder if there's any other books here that I can recommend to you guys. I have a lot of books in the ebook form. Some of these books are a little bit older. Here's one. Here's a good one. The Millionaire Next Door. That's excellent. Good mindset stuff. How much longer is GNW good for? Let's see. You guys in the Zoom, by the way, you have access to both of my trading screens. You might not know that. You might not be aware of that, but you can switch between them. If you'd like to see my high frequency trading screen, that is running right now. We're watching Shopify in that. And I'm watching SPY, the market, in the other little slot in there. GNW is just sideways. I think you should get out now. Sundial, no, it's in a downtrend. Like, it might be a good time to buy right now, but you'd have to hold for a while, and I don't think it has a very good rate of return. Shopify calls are good, Nicholas. They've been good. I posted an ABCD pattern. Where have you been? Cool. So yeah, Shopify is moving up to the top of that ABCD pattern now, about to break out. Is that what you mean? Maybe that's what you mean, Nicholas. No, that's not what you mean. You were not here. Okay. Yeah, we're picking up Shopify calls or shares around 1260. And it's now back to 1282 and about to break out and run to 1300 or maybe 1350 throughout the day or after hours. That's the play, ABCD setup. GD looks like it has a good channel going. Okay, let's see. General Dynamics, yeah. That channel corresponds to inflation, by the way. I mean, it's pretty much running as inflation started to run, as the 10-year yield started to go up. So industrials, you'll probably see the same on GE, General Electric, and Deere, definitely riding on the back of that. Yes, RibT. That Shopify ABCD is just perfect. Textbook. Excellent. Just make sure, Josh, make sure you sell it later today or in after hours when it gets up to about 1350. In fact, be taking partial profits. Hopefully you bought shares so you can sell in after hours. Sadie says, take a look at McDonald's. Yeah. Very, very slow growing stock. I don't think that's worthwhile. It gives a 2% dividend. Well, that's because it doesn't go anywhere. Hi, Daniel. Daniel says, I have no idea what's going on here, but I'm very interested. Do you think you could explain a little? So we're trading the stock market. Maybe you don't even know that. We're trading the stock market. These are companies: Shopify, Google, Visa, Spotify, Apple. And, we are trading them based on how they're doing and how it looks like people are feeling they're doing. Go ahead and click the link in my bio, and you can, for free, come and join my Discord. And then every couple of days, whatever works for you, you can start to, little by little, get more into it. Tilray. Let's take a look at Tilray. I was going to take a look at that. So Tilray may be just like Sundial in a nice spot to buy. I'll check job now. Job just like fell way down. It's in a downtrend now. I would recommend selling and getting out. Putting your money somewhere else. VUTSI. Oh yeah, we looked at this earlier. VUTSI is in an uptrend, but you want to be buying on the value line, the bottom edge of the channel of the uptrend that it's in. So you might want to wait until like 23. It's pretty close right now, 24. We already looked at CCIV many times today. Clove is right here. Clove is pulled back. Elongate. Is that a real crypto coin now at this point? They created Elongate. They did. Let me take a look. Let me take a look at the Elongate chart. Yeah, even Elongate has pulled back. Basically, the whole crypto market kind of like went on a chill when Bitcoin broke. A couple days ago when Bitcoin broke 50,000. Is the first resistance 25 for CCIV? So CCIV, I think, was a bottom reversal. Yeah, the resistance is that exactly the pivot high. 25 exactly. Dude knows how to read his charts. Well done. Bing, bing, bing. Man, you did. I wish there was a way for me to like give you some kind of reward or something. Where did you say that? Yeah. Rod Z. I'm trying to see if I can like click your name and do something. No, I can't. But I would, man. Manny, good job. You're very good at reading charts. You're going to do great, man. Way to go, Manny. Come join my Discord. Click the link in my bio. I trade every day. All right, what else we got going on here? I'm going to take a look at runners and bleeders on the day. We haven't really locked into any particular one. Now, remember, the Fed will be making remarks in 1 hour. I believe it's in 1 hour. AFLAC. We got an AFLAC right there, I believe. Yeah, so on the bleeders list, that VNE actually, yeah, but it just keeps stair-stepping down. FFIV for bleeding, let's see. We looked at that earlier and it wasn't looking too good. Obviously AMD, but that is not on the list. That's amazing. How could that not be on the list? Oh, because it's only down so little. We have other stocks that are bleeding out much more. Safe Moon. Yes, I do see it. Yep, I saw it. Safe Moon. I'll look at Safe Star. Let's check out Safe Star. Safe Moon is pulled back, and it's at an okay point to buy. IWM has a good daily uptrend, might test 52-week high, but also looks like it can form a head and shoulders. Thoughts? I think I said I sold that recently, right? In my economic portfolio. Anyway, let me see. Let me look at this. Like you said, Safe Star. Yeah, Safe Star. That looks pretty hyped. That looks pretty baseless and hyped up. That Safe Star. I'd worry about that. Be careful. AUUD. Sure. What's the situation? Yeah, MindMed. Yes. MMEDF. Check it in a second. AUUD is in a downtrend. You should get out while you still have money left. Put it on something else that makes money. Yeah, MNMD, MindMed. It's unhinged, and you can only day trade it right now, really. I don't recommend holding that. just a little stretch there. GRBK, you got forced out of position today, but could you re-enter? Boy, BTX. Woo! BTX on a 1,500% return right now. BTX, good for the day trade. I'm going to remove that from the Spotify slot here. Yeah, Cruz says you can swap BNB for SafeMoon on Pancake Swap if you don't know how. Okay, you wanted me to check GRBK. You got forced out. Yeah, I think you should stay out. Like, I don't know what you love about that company, but it's kind of topping now. It's just kind of topping. It could go on for months. Find something that's currently running smooth. Grab that stallion. Forget this thing. This thing's like fell over. The horse fell over one time, rolled around, got back up. Now it's going again, and oof, it just did it again. Yeah. Put your money somewhere else. All right. Good on Safe Moon. Who that behind me? That is, I forget her name. Countdown to the Fed decision, 57 minutes. Big moment coming. What do I think about ACB? It's maybe a buy down here at the bottom. Afria. Let's see. So we have 55 minutes until the Fed announces. And that's kind of like what we're waiting for. The whole market is, going on hold right now. I got to figure out eventually how to get all of this into the VR here. I already basically can, but I have multiple computer systems, so I got to figure out how to get it in there. Then I can be in here, take a walk around the block, walk around the house, whatever it is. Be a little bit more mobile would be nice for my health, Alpha, no, broke trend, not good, in and down trend. Oculus, first generation, I think it is. Maybe it's no, it's a second generation. I mean, it's certainly not a Go. It's a Oculus Quest. I just remembered the name. Yeah, virtual desktop. It's that kind of stuff. Yeah, but not that one. There's a even cooler one, V Spatial. Or brand new NFT project called Refinable. Fine. I'm not sure what I would notice. Paul, I mean, that's a very nice request of you, but I'm not sure, without a chart, I'm not sure I would be able to help you. Charts present reality. That's why I just trust charts more than anything. I mean, if we go off of information instead of charts, prices, actual information, we're just going off of our own fantasy. And that could be delusional. So I much prefer to trade charts. Oh, Craig, you're a VR developer. Oh, that's awesome. Send me a private message, Craig. I always like to stay connected with developers. Maybe we can create an interesting project together. A startup. How do you control the PCs with VR? Well, first of all, that Oculus Quest, it's not that advanced yet as far as what I'm about to tell you, but it has 6 cameras on the front that read your fingers. And even without controllers, although I do have controllers, even without controllers, it can read your fingers and where you touch and all that kind of stuff. And when you're inside there, you can have, 40 screens if you want. All your different application windows in a circle around you. You can rotate your chair or just slide the screens over to where you want. It's very cool, very useful. And then also you can stand up and walk over to another person's desk who might be in another country or another location and look over at them, at their screens, talk to them, interact with them. And so you can have a complete virtual workspace in VR. V Spatial, look it up, V Spatial. You can actually buy shares pre-IPO on that one. I own shares on that. What are the best stocks to buy for a beginner? What you want to do is just continually invest your savings money that you have every weekend, whatever you got extra, into VOO. And then paper trade, learn, stick with me, maybe learn some extra stuff about swing trading and day trading and paper trade, simulated trade. Practice that while you continue to build up your stockpile until you have about $25,000, $30,000. And then you'll be able to really, really trade. But you still need about 200 grand to actually make a living day trading. So Sergio asks, what is my daily routine? What do you do to prepare yourself for the next day? And pretty much sleep. These days, no, while the market is the way it is right now, I'm just only in day trading mode just about every day. And for that, I don't guess jack shit. I just go with whatever is being shown to me. Like when we did, we did almost guess on AMD. Remember that in the morning? But when we did like Shopify, that wasn't a guessed entry. I just waited for the signal. We got in. I waited for when the out was obvious. That was also not super subjective. That was about 90% objective. And we got out. All I got to do is wait to do that again tomorrow, right? So I just need to get sleep. Yep. Alex says, 1, wake up. 2, look at deer. Why VOO over SPY? Because I believe that VOO I think tracks better and has a lower fee. But you can research that. There's others also. There's several S&P 500 ETFs. What do you want to know about OCGN? You guys, I've gone over OCGN many times today already. Like, I wish there was a little thing here which said, shit, we already went over. OCGN looks like crap, and it's high right now, which so you should sell. So you should sell. It looks very bad. OCGN bad. I don't know why, but every time I think of OCGN, I always think of was it OCP or something? It's the RoboCop police program. I think it's OCP. ET. What do I think of XRP? Good. XRP is good. ET, no, don't like ET too much. Maybe for a quick swing trade for a couple days. That's it. Think Bank of America will drop. That's pretty funny. Spoken like somebody who has invested into puts. No, I don't think Bank of America is going to drop. It's if you just look at XLF, that's the financial sector. You can see it's on fire. It's just doing outstanding on the reflation of the economy. We can look at Tesla again. I don't think we looked at Tesla today, actually. No, actually, I do believe we did. I said 660. Somebody had a really good observation. Let's see if I can get this chart over to you guys. Let me pull this up over here. Okay. All right, now I'm going to share a different screen. Let's see. No, you know what? Every time I share this screen, then I disappear, and I don't want to do that. So anyway, for just the people, I guess, on TikTok who are listening, they'll be able to see this trend line I'm going to draw right now. There's a pretty obvious rate of return going on Tesla. I'm drawing it right now. Here it comes. You see that? Damn near perfect. The next time to get in, therefore, looks like something like 650, 660. And so overall, I think that Tesla is in kind of a pullback phase right now, and it could last a little bit, but certainly, you know, it has a future, and it's probably going to get up to 1100 this year. Should you buy BAC now? No, not really, because if you look at the channel here, I'll show that to you as well, you guys on TikTok. Because if you look at the channel that it's been in, it'd be a better idea to wait for it to come to the bottom end of that channel, which is more like 39. So it's like $1 lower. How many short-term positions do you usually hold at a time? So I went over this last week for members, and that information has been posted for members in the masterclass archives. There's a class posted there on portfolio like management and how you should have your money divided into very long, kind of like medium term, short term, and then day trading. Let's see. You said somebody said AMD. They want to know AMD. No. Get out of AMD. AMD is not necessarily going anywhere. It's been going pretty sideways forever. What's the difference between day trading and swing trading? Okay, day trading means you're in and out of a trade the same day. Can usually be minutes. Swing trading means you're in at least overnight, but usually for days, maybe even weeks, sometimes even months. Zomedica, let's see. That's broken down. Looks like it was a hype stock, no actual basis, like business revenue, anything like that. Just hype, pure hype. And that hype was over around $2, and it's been bearish ever since, and it's now in a downtrend, crapping out. Nothing good there. Plug and Neo, both in downtrends, broken down in downtrends. Anything in EV right now, broken down and in downtrends. IIPR, what is that? Innovative Industrial Properties, sideways and topping, not good. Next phase down, get out. GBP. We got 40 minutes until the Fed decision. See how the market's just gone sideways? And nobody wants to do anything. No one wants to make a move in any one direction. Like, imagine you had $1 billion. Why the fuck would you, right? The reason why you have $1 billion to trade is because you're smart. So anybody with any money that could move the markets is not going to right now. We're waiting. But then in the meantime, us little flea jackasses, we want to try to make a trade, force a trade. But that's because you jackasses, you're not smart money. So you're jackass money. You don't want to be the jackass money. So just be patient, wait your turn. Let's wait for the Fed decision, and we'll see where the market goes from there. And then we can start to make some money. Sadie says, what is the Fed? The federal, Jesus, what the fuck? How do we even describe what the Fed is? That's an amazing, good question. Fed, I'm literally going to look it up for you so I can give you the exact, what they call it, the Federal Reserve System, okay? The central banking system of the United States. Like, in other words, the existence of our financial selves in the United States. So it's like it's huge. In other words, the financial system of the United States of America is the Fed. Roughly speaking. When the Fed does start speaking, I'll probably turn up the TV and we'll watch. And that'll be in about 40 minutes. 39 minutes. Definitely not smart money. For us, it's probably going to take you, I don't know, 20 years to smarten up. You have like a lot of emotional catalysts screwing with your mind. Like your better self needs to get in control of yourself. And you're probably thinking, man, you are so right. What decision are the Feds about to make? All right, that I'll have to look up. Let's see what they're going to talk about today. Fed calendar. Pulling it up now. I think it's just a continued update on numbers that they have and what they may or may not do with those numbers, whether they're going to raise interest rates, that kind of thing. Oh, if you're really interested in learning how to read charts, Saxton, private message me, okay? And I'm going to send you a link to a bunch of lessons that I have where I teach you how to read charts. And so send me a private message. And don't forget to also follow me and click through the link in my bio. Yes, MNMD, too new, too early to be interested in. Outlook on Coinbase. Oh man, yeah, it's gonna go down for months. It's got a bottom. Mara looks pretty okay. Hexo. Yeah, just a pure hype stock. Nothing but hype. Like a pump and dump. And not looking great. FIO, PHIO. FIO Pharmaceuticals looks quite bad. Nothing there. Don't do it. Just checked FIO. I just checked it. I'm literally on it right now. The Amazon split. The Amazon split would be good for Amazon. I'm glad that they're thinking about it. But just like Apple and just like Tesla, after it's split, the hype is over. So it may go on a hype run now, Amazon, until they actually split. Yeah, Omid. Fee Spatial is on WeFunder, correct. You can buy, I think, 100 share blocks or something there? Oh, $200 blocks, I think is what it is. I can't remember. They may have changed that. Depends on the offering right now. My platform, that's Thinkorswim from TD Ameritrade. And you can send me a private message with your first and last name and email, and I'll send you an invite link. And then when you sign up, we'll both get a bonus stock. ENZC is making a HIV vaccine. Really? If they finally got a vaccine for HIV? Whew, boy, that company just looks terrible. That's got to be bullshit. I call bullshit on that. I call bullshit on that and that bullshit company right there. Matthew, you've had the wool pulled over your eyes. That is BS. Gamble may be moving up today. I can't believe you're saying that, Lee. You need to learn how to look at daily charts. It may be moving up today, but it's barely making any progress, backpedaling from a huge down day yesterday, right? So context. Manuel Miranda. I invested 600 in MedX when it was at 1.5. Let me see. Let's take a look at MedX. And it's at 1.6. By the way, it's going down. So I think that you should get out of that. All right, so we're waiting for the Fed to speak. I think Ethereum is still a good investment over time. I do day trading and swing trading, both. If you click the link in my bio and join my Discord, we have 5-6 traders just like me in our group that do day trading and swing trading of all different styles. Yeah, let's take a look at Microsoft. I don't think we've looked at that. So Microsoft is in an uptrend, and it has pulled back today on the earnings release. But it's not the smoothest uptrend. I would think like Deere would be a much better uptrend to get into. Judge denies requests to release body cam video. Just don't understand that. My thoughts on NVIS, I think if it's the company I'm thinking of, are, don't hold it overnight. Tomorrow's another day. You can trade it tomorrow. Earnings good on Microsoft? I guess so. I don't know. That was a negative reaction today. I don't think so. AMD was sweet this morning, but then it fell. Wells Fargo, all right. Wells Fargo is probably just like Bank of America, yeah. Just going up and up and up. Just like, XLF, if you want to just get in the whole sector, XLF. Oh, that's cool. Can I zoom in? What I can't do is make it reset its exposure. No, that's all right. Earnings were huge growth for Microsoft, but it doesn't matter, Seth, right? It went down. So that's exactly why, earnings release, playing earnings release like guessing game is a losing proposition, because even when you're right, you're wrong. Prediction on when Bitcoin hits 100K sometime this year. I'm glad to be Herika. You had a good question. Where would you park a particular amount of money for this year? And you need to private message me, because I want to make sure that you preserve that money. So please private message me, okay? And I'll help you make a good decision with that money. It may take me a couple days to get back to you, because I might have hundreds of private messages, but I'll get back to you and then we'll figure that out. When's the best time to buy some Bitcoin? Maybe in a month or two. We got to let Bitcoin settle down a little bit. It just broke down in price. What did I go to school for? If at all. Quite a few things. Initially, I started going to college when I was 11 to study mathematics and classical composing music, 20th century music at that time. Now we're in the 21st century. And then continued that study in music and mathematics, a lot more mathematics. Later in life, studied sociology at Yale. So politics, that kind of stuff, and evolution and why people do things. Somewhere in the middle of there, I was a professional poker player. Yeah, that's right, Quayne. Yeah, 11 years old. Started, I think I've talked about my education a bit before. Definitely unorthodox, or what you want to say. Maybe something like that. Yeah. Okay, PLX down 31% and just popped back, halted after a press release. PLX. Okay, you guys, Seth says that PLX may be popping. PLX. So high frequency traders, this might be an opportunity. Yeah, there was a huge pop from 3.6 to 4 in just like one candle. The halt was 3 minutes ago, so it should be coming out of a halt in 2 minutes, unless that was a news-based halt. We'll see. So get ready on. Somebody actually asked me, what is my net worth? You can't really ask people that, even though, I know there's like this, it's wonderful to discuss that and it can be inspiring and stuff. But that's just one of the things you don't ask people. How about it's good enough? All right, we'll be coming out of the halt on PLX. PLX, get ready. That's cool. I could ask the same question, Yeah, it's worth a try. I actually would give somebody more props for asking a gutsy question like that, than somebody who was like, no, don't ask that, I like to kick the ass. I would love to kick the ass of anyone that tells somebody else not to do something. No way, man. Don't restrict anyone. That's not how we treat people. People are free to do what they want. It's called freedom. Here we go. All right. PLX popping 420 now. High frequency traders, hopefully you're on this. PLX 420, 430, 435, 437. Pulling back 429, 430. I wonder what the news is on that. Now remember, right below 450, key psychological level, you should be taking some profits. It is pulling back a bit, so watch yourself, high frequency traders. PLX. Webull suspended PLX? Jeez. It must have been a Wall Street's bets short squeeze. They found another one. We don't know why PLX is going up. We think it's a Wall Street's bets short squeeze. All right, PLX is pulling back. You guys with high frequency trading setups, you would have been out long time ago, up in the 430s. But we have about 425 and holding. Doesn't seem to be more pressure. There we go, 433, 432. We are in the upper 50% of this candle. $420. The Fed speaks in 25 minutes. PLX. All right, next candle's going in and it's red. And we're getting into the 14s, the 4 teens. Not good. Not a good sign. Probably going to crap out. Be careful. Next breakout's at 441. 441. So with high frequency trading setups, that'd be all in at 441 if it happens. And since it's in the $4 range, you'd be taking like 2, 3, 4, 5 cents ladder, 20% out every 2, 3, 4, 5 cents. The trade on PLX may be over. It might have been just that little blip back there. And that's the way it goes sometimes. 420. No, I don't have CMMC, but I can look at it. 422. CMMC looks amazing. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Kind of looks like it went through a little bit of a moment like Crocs did for a little bit back there, but definitely doing much better now. It's copper mining company. Excellent, excellent. I think what also JJC is the other one. Yeah, copper. JJC is another copper stock. JJC. The news feed that I use is the one that's built into Thinkorswim. I think it's based off of Benzinga, which I noticed doesn't include Yahoo Finance and a couple other obvious sources. So can't say that I love even Benzinga. All right, 428, 429 on PLX. It's not incredibly bullish, not a ton of volume. The volume has been decreasing. FYI, the 10-year rates have been trending up all day, so that's not great for tech, but it is good for financials. All right, I'll be right back. Quick break. The top Doge. That's funny. Mark Cuban dishes on Dogecoin. What happened there on Pinterest? It is extremely windy outside, guys. So if for some reason power line gets blown down, that's where it happened to me. If I disappear, we lost internet and power. That'll be what that was about. All right, the Fed to speak in 18 minutes. And that stock PLX has crept out, as I predicted it would, just back there on that last candle. All right, so PLX, we're taking off the radar. So that was just a short-lived opportunity. No harm, no foul. Sadie says, do you guys know if there's a certain amount of day trades I can make with a cash account on TD Ameritrade? Or does that only apply to margin accounts? Okay, so listen. It does, in one respect, only apply to margin accounts. Okay. However, with a cash account, once you've used some of the cash for a day trade, it's like it's gone. It's like you have an allotment every 3 days of cash that's called settled cash. And if you use any of that cash, it goes into a cycle that has to settle for 3 more days. So you don't have theoretically unlimited trades in a cash account, but you're not subjected to the pattern day trading rule. So you could do a bunch of little, you could divide up your money into little trade amounts. However, with a margin account and $25,000 in it, you can trade $25,000. Actually, you can trade more than that, but I'm not even going to recommend that or talk about that. But you could trade $25,000 over and over and over 1,000 times per day if you wanted. So you could get into 1,000 times with $25,000, which means you'll have traded $25 million worth of trading in one day if you had a $25,000 margin account. That's going to be like $25 million of trading. That's way more than you would have been able to trade with a cash account. Obviously, you'd have to have a $25 million cash account to even equal. In other words, what I'm saying is you would need a $25 million cash account to even equal a $25,000 margin account in power and ability, because it is possible to trade about 1,000 trades a day. On an active day for me, I'll trade 400, 500, 600 trades in one day. Scalpers will sometimes trade 1,200, 1,600, 2,000 trades per day. Okay, yeah, Shopify coming back into that C buy zone. So if you didn't get Shopify earlier, here's your second chance to get in on the ABCD setup. I don't know what that one is, plus 500. Oh, thank you, Clever. Thank you. Make sure you follow me, Clever, obviously. And then, click the link in my bio, because we have a free section to my Discord. And then when you're ready, you can just get a free trial for a whole week. That'll step you up. And then when you're really ready, you can actually become a full-on member. But either way, I think what you'll see is, if you enjoy, what I'm talking about every morning, you come in joining my ecosystem, you're going to get yourself exposed to learning more or enjoying more of me talking. All right. Fed notes coming in 13 minutes. I don't get which call order to buy and when. How low will Tesla go? You know what? I'm not watching Tesla right now. What's up? Did it break 700? Did it break 700? Let me see. Very curious about that. Yes, it broke 700. Excellent. We were just going over Tesla last night. It's going to be very interesting to see what it does. There's a value line at about 660, 670. If it were to fall below that, that'd be very bad. Oh, Doug, 1260 is the purchase line, the bottom end of the purchase line, the breakdown line, if you will, but the best price you could get on Shopify, down at 1260. We're not in it. We're not in it to get out at like 1280. Although you could do that because that's a range that it will be bouncing in. Okay, but what we're looking for it to do is break 1285 roughly, and then it's going to run over 1290, 1295 back to 1300, struggle a little, could then continue on to maybe 1350, and it's about an 80 or a 90% probability. So it's a very high probability trade, and it's called an ABCD setup. And I think it's in my market mastery lessons, Doug. I think you could go to it now if you like, for instance, because I think maybe you signed up for that. You could go to it now. Just go in there, look for the ABCD setup thing. It might be just a 4-minute lesson. Yeah, and you can just check it out and learn it. Because I would prefer you do, because it tells you when to take profits and how much to take profits and at which levels. What do I think of Boeing? Let me see. Boeing is an industrial, and it ought to be going up with inflation, and that's what we're seeing. But Boeing is like one of the most highly manipulated companies, semi-corrupt companies on the planet. The stock itself also is very manipulated by market makers. But in general, it's going up. Now is a good time to get in. Seems to be down at the value line. Might go from here, like 240 to maybe 290 over the course of 5 months. So slow trade, but with options, that could be good. 290 from 240. Let's see. That'd be about 100% return in 5 months' time. Do I day trade or swing trade more often? Lately, it's been day trading, just because we're waiting for the market to correct a little bit, pull back, so that we can get a better entry. What do I teach, Manny? Oh gosh, just about damn near everything. Here, let me get you the link. There you go. Because then you can look, you can see everything. Much better for you to just start checking that out. The platform I use is Thinkorswim.
from TD Ameritrade. If you send me a private message with your first and last name and email, I'll send you an invite link, and then we both can get some bonus stocks.
Did I answer your question, Sadie? Oh, Jesus, View. Oh, I love that. I've thought of that forever. You know, why don't they make like eco-friendly solar panel windows? Isn't that one? Isn't that the one that recently, it's a SPAC, I think, or I'm not quite sure. Yeah, I really like that, the idea, but it doesn't look good. It doesn't look like it's doing too good. Right now, it's come off the bottom pretty strong, kind of put in a bottom reversal. But it could be an Elliott wave, and it might fall further. So you want to take some profits off. You want to take some money off the table here if you're losing money on it. You want to get some of your money back now. So you asked, what is the best long-term stock, in my opinion? Look, if you just want something that's easy to put your money into every weekend and just watch it grow for the next 30 years. So after that, you have $1 million and you can just decide to be financially independent and free. And you can even speed up that process by saving more money every time and putting it into it. That would be just investing in the market. VOO. VOO. Best long-term stock. Somebody asked, what's the best long-term stock? It just doesn't get any safer than that. It can get a little bit smoother, but it's more complicated. It doesn't get more simple and safe than that. Yes, the red and green is a custom script. Why was I not able to? No, all right. The red and green indicator is a custom script that I wrote, and you can you'll get it for free if you join our Discord. It's for Thinkorswim. Otherwise, it's available for purchase on my Linktree, which is Linktree/ChartTrader. And then Manny, yes, I do. I teach one-on-ones. I have a link just for that. I don't know why I'm not able to answer you with that exact link. Let me try doing it like this. Oh, there you go. You even asked it like that. Why can't I? There you go. At the user. There we go. Here you go. Look. Here's for my one-on-ones. All right. Remember earlier when we were having problems with the TikTok mic? That totally turned out to be TikTok's fault. It's this new feature they have that they're trying where you can have other people come on your live stream and talk with you, which is awesome. I love that. But unfortunately, we can't do it because they've got a glitch in their system, which is causing it to make my mic flip out. So we had to turn that feature off. Ginger Onthium. Before the Fed speaks, you want to invest in something that might be catalyzed by what he says. Oh man, I would say maybe zeros, but listen, that's a gamble. Why don't we wait till after and see which way things start going? ZROZ. See, what he says may affect rates, and ZROZ will go one way or the other pretty strongly depending on what he says. Or SPY. You could get, but right now, I'm sure SPY options premiums went up. And so you can't really get it priced in anymore. So really, there's not a good play right now. But private message me because I'd like to talk to you more about how to handle your money. Just give you any kind of wisdom I can from my experience, since you have plenty to put into different areas like long-term portfolios, swing trades, and day trades. Happy to help you. All right, the Fed decision or talk comes in just 3 minutes. 2 minutes, it's coming right up. So, Yang Hui, it is a good time at any moment to always just, to be putting in. It really doesn't matter if you're going to be regularly putting into VOO. If you're going to be regularly, like weekly or monthly, it doesn't matter that you got it here and here and here and here and here, because it's all kind of fuzzy logic. It just kind of follows a fuzzy path. Okay, can you imagine that? Just a fuzzy path. It's just generally you're planting your seeds. Imagine a mountain growing, right? And you're telling me, but why? Oh, here we go. I think the Fed is about to speak. I'm going to turn this up. Change volume of big TV to 30%.
For the S&P 500, just barely in the red, basically flat. The 10-year yield about 1.
Change volume of big TV to 60%.
As we see what market reaction, if any, there is from today's Fed decision on interest rates. Let's get straight to our panel for now, led by Mona Mahajan, Senior U.S. Investment Strategist at Allianz Global Investors. David Kelly is Chief Global Strategist at JP Morgan Asset Management, and Jim Karen is Global Fixed Income Portfolio Manager at Morgan Stanley Investment Management. Nod your heads if you agree the Fed isn't going to do anything today. So we can just end it right here, can't we? What do we do? I guess, David, the real question obviously is what is the text that accompanies this? And you suspect that inevitably the Fed is going to have to take into account some of the more positive economic numbers that have hit the tape since the last meeting.
Yes, it's really going to be hard to stay quite so gloomy here. The first thing is actually that literally we'll have to do something about their statement about inflation, because twice in the statement they say inflation is running below their long-term objective of 2%. Well, on Friday we're going to get a consumption deflator reading which is going to be above 2% year over year, and they know that. So I think they'll change that. I'm going to be playing transitory bingo here during the Fed's press conference, because I want to see how many times Jay Powell says the word transitory when describing inflation. Inflation is clearly picking up, but the Fed wants to give the impression that this is just because of a strong economy and the COVID comeback, and inflation will fade down the road. But that's really the question here.
Jim,
that's amazing, man. Good job on that.
Inflation,
make sure you private message me.
To unemployment or employment?
I think that's a good way to frame it, because effectively what we have to think about is that we are having a strong economic recovery, but I still think that we're falling below the Fed's objectives. And the way that we try to understand that is really by trying to understand how the Fed defines success. Usually that's through their dual mandate, which is full employment and stable prices. So let's talk about stable prices. I think what the Fed within their policy reaction function right now is starting to change things. It's not about keeping inflation at 2%. It's about judging whether or not inflation is anchored or de-anchored. Employment, it's really about it being a broad and inclusive goal and having more of an equity of outcomes across all the demographics, including wages. So effectively, what the Fed needs to see is a labor force participation rate go from 61.5% today to at least pre-pandemic levels of 63.5% before.
We're going to take a break right there. Mona, I promise to get you in just a few seconds, but meantime, let's go over to Steve Leisman for the Fed decision. Steve?
The Federal Reserve leaving interest rates unchanged after its April meeting and not changing and continuing with $120 billion of asset purchases under its quantitative easing program. The Fed, for the first time, though, noting progress on vaccinations and saying there's been help from strong policy support. So a bit of an upgrade throughout here to the economy. The Fed had said employment has strengthened, which is an upgrade from the prior statement where it said employment has turned up. He said the pandemic affected sectors remain weak, but those sectors have shown some improvement. That's a new addition to the statement here. And then bingo for David Kelly there. Inflation has risen, the Fed says, largely due to transitory factors. Some out there playing bingo, some playing drinking game. There's the first transitory of the day from the Federal Reserve. The risk to the outlook from the virus, the Federal Reserve says, remains, and the Fed will continue to aim for inflation above 2%, continue its $120 billion of monthly asset purchases, and is committed to using its full.
Oh, the market is just going on fire right now. SPY going way up.
Its outlook for the economy, noting the higher inflation rates that are out there, but once again, not changing policy in the face of that, or even the policy outlook for the moment.
Is there anything in here textually or subtextually, Steve, that would change anyone's view that the first tightening of quantitative easing comes not this year but next year? Is there anything that suggests that?
No, and as you know, Tyler, we take the UV light to the statement to make sure we're not missing any hidden signals. We do a compare and contrast. We do all sorts of decoding of the first letter of each sentence. And no, I don't see that in here. I would not be changing my outlook for Fed policy based on this statement. I think you may have a chance, you listen to the press conference, if Powell were to move it all, in other words, take his comment on the economy.
All right, the market going way up.
Move that over and say monetary policy is or should be at an inflection point. But that's
so no negative was in the speech.
I think he continues to watch the virus and want to see the job
change volume of big TV to 0%.
Where they were before the pandemic, and he's ready to.
All right, so there was nothing negative necessarily in the statement that was presented. So it is good news. Good news. The market's going up. So that's it. Get into whatever you want to get into. It may now, anything that's been holding may now go up. Sound is a little rough. I'm sorry about that. Maybe that's better now. That's CNBC. Somebody asked what channel was that. I mean, XLK, consumer discretionary. Those are anything that was beat down today. Oh, wow. Actually, hang on. The market is now taking a sharp move to the downside. Could there be further notes being released right now? Or is this just a range that we're going into? It was certainly a release of tension. So the VIX will lower. Oh, actually, I wrote that link wrong for you guys over on YouTube. Let me put that again. There we go. All right, I'm watching the market in real time here. So it seemed as it's caution that the virus risk still remains. And that was the negative addition. Fed to continue $120 billion in monthly asset purchases. So those are, you think of it like buybacks, like in a stock, like when Apple buys back stock, it reduces the liquidity pool. And so supply, demand, et cetera, the prices go up. So let's see which way it breaks now. The market has put in a low and it's put in a high, 416.9, 418.2. Which side the market breaks, it may run. So you might want to just play SPY.
SPY calls if it breaks 418.2. SPY puts if it breaks 416.9. Shopify 1300 end of day. It looks like it. Yeah, maybe 1350 in after hours. Oh, I think so. Okay, I'm waiting to see which way the market wants to break. I mean, there's only 1 hour and 52 minutes left on the market. But that's enough for it to zoom in either direction. Let's watch it with a close eye. You can see it in the bottom right of my high frequency trading screen. For you guys over on TikTok, you guys can get access to that if you click the link in my bio. Another option is I can just leave it like that. Just kind of see it. Kind of cool. Yeah. It is pretty cool to be able to see those trades going by so fast. If I could get it just a little bit higher, it will be way cool for you guys. Like right about there. I just need something a little thicker here. Let's see if I can do it for you. All right, there we go. Of course, this thing might fall down, but okay. Keep it there for the moment. Let's see what happens. Right on. Okay, cool. That looks good. How's everybody doing? All right. All right, Nick. All right. See, there goes Shopify. That ABCD breakout, man, I will tell you, 80, 90%. And now aided by the release intention on the market. And there it is. There's the break on Shopify. Breakout. Double your positions on the breakout. That's the ABCD play. Get ready to take 25% profits at $12.95. You double up on that break 12 at 1285. The market's still going sideways off of that range. It's not going to break out of one side or the other. That may be why Powell to add his actual, and I get a lot from when he speaks. I'm able to get, I mean, maybe it's the poker player in me, but I'm able to I perceive a lot from what he says and doesn't say and how he says what he says or leaves out information. All right, there's your second chance to double up. Shop hitting 1285. That's the double up level. And then you'll be taking 25% profits at 1292.50. That's all right, Daniel. Then you'll just share one at 1292.50. Seth, hey, no worries, man. We got a little smidge out of it. That's okay. Hey, no, I'd rather you tell me, Okay, good. Yeah, good deal. All right, Spotify pulling back in. Going to go into a bit more of a wedge grinding up type of curve breakout. Microvision, yeah, no, what was the deal on that? I think it didn't look good, or it had bottom reversed, and it is good. Oh, yeah, you don't want to hold that overnight. Just day trade it. Remember, Apple and Facebook after closing bell in 1 hour and 45 minutes. Apple, Facebook, Qualcomm, Ford, eBay, Aflac, Teladoc, United Rentals, URI, MGM, EXR, Extra Space Storage. So these are some of the companies reporting earnings after the bell. I think because of the way how hot the real estate market is, people moving, storage probably EXR probably going to do really outstanding. I mean, there's basically a real estate boom going on. Yeah, GSX is right in the middle of my chart, Christina. It's been doing good all day. What do you want to know about it? Sadie, to trade aftermarket on Thinkorswim, your order has to be set to EXT, which means extended hours. No, just EXT. Yep, I hope you doubled up, Daniel. Or I guess you couldn't. Anyway, Daniel, you're going to sell 25% for you, just one share at $12.92.50. Doesn't seem like much, I know, but this is how the play works. So you should learn how to do it right. Then you're going to sell another share at $1,300. Then you're going to hold that last share like overnight, like all through the night, and we'll wait to see how high it goes. We'll get some kind of pullback and we'll sell there. Nicholas, thank you. Let me go take a look. Nicholas just posted his screenshot of his gains. If you guys had any gains with us today, please create a screenshot and post it in the section called Post Your Gains. That's just like customary part of membership. You got to participate, you know. Otherwise, you know, we're not going to like you. All right. So let's see, which one was it? This one, we got Sarah. Thank you very much for posting yours. Sarah, did you make 363% on Shopify? 363%, yeah? Sure fucking did. She says, wow. Oh, that's remarkable. That's amazing. Fantastic. And 107%. Yeah, that definitely deserves the Hulk Hogan reaction. Holy Toledo. 363% people, Shopify gains. And then Nicky Nick, is that you? Who was that? Nicholas? Nicky Nick, okay. And then let's see. Yes, but it says unrealized. Did you not sell? Oh, you're in the shop. Oh, you're in the Shopify play right now, the ABCD. Okay. All right, looking good. What platform is that? That's interesting looking. That's the Street Smart Edge you told me about. I researched it. It looks pretty good. There goes Shopify. It's going to become a short squeeze now, a small one. It's how this works. Nasir, if you're out there, we're going to help you out right now. Give us a couple minutes to get back to you. $12.9250. So somebody said it hit $12.9250. Is that correct? Yeah, I did. Just for a split second. Did you guys sell your one share? Did you guys take off 25% of your position? That's what you're supposed to do right there. Good job, Daniel. Way to go. So you just get used to this play, you know. What we just did is we took off 25% of our position halfway between the high of the day, which is called A, and that second level that we just broke out of, which is called C. Because we got in at 12, we doubled up at 1285, right? What's 292? I mean 1292.50 from there, $7.50. What's $7.50 from 12 plus 1292.50? 1,300. So that's where we're getting these numbers from. It's just a system. You can learn that trading strategy in that market mastery set of lessons that I have. Here it is again. Nope, I mistyped it. Try again. I wonder what like mind interfaces are going to do to the stock market trading, like, you know, in 30 years. Like where we don't have to type, we can just think, like in, out, just like everything can be done automated from our minds. Like how much faster and more efficient will the markets become? Be interesting. So much liquidity can be filled up. All right, the market is still staying within that range that the Fed released. The Fed comments released. Okay, so here goes Shopify more. So at 1,300, or it can even be like $12.99 and 80 cents, you know, a little bit just tucked under 1,300 or right around 1,300. That's your next profit target, and you're going to take out 25% more. So for you, Daniel, that'll be one more share, and then you're going to leave one share hanging. That's right, Robert. Yeah, we've been talking about it all day. Everybody's had about 3 hours to get into the Shopify ABCD play at the 1260 level, and more recently the 1270 level. ALTX has been crapping out all day. I've got that somewhere. What about it? I don't think that's a significant opportunity. Yeah, it retraced all the way back up, but I don't really like to play retrace plays. UXIN, Coinbase. What are you guys saying? Let's see. Yeah, we're playing Shopify. That's right. Oh, I don't know. There's a Lambo coin. Oh, that's hilarious. Someone said, too bad the volume's so low on LPX. Yeah, no, forget LPX. LPX just won't work. Just won't work out. The market is just loving staying right in this range right now. Yeah, UEC, I love it. UEC, uranium miners. Is it too late to join on Shopify? No one knows. The reason why we got in hours ago is because it has a much lower price. So that makes it far lower risk. So if it goes wrong, we don't lose very much money. And if it goes right, we win a lot of money comparatively. Getting in now, it's so far along. The play has matured so much already that you've already missed a lot of the getting in at low risk. You're now getting in at mid risk. You want to buy Shopify 1,400 calls? Yeah, I don't think that's a good idea. Probably not. Nah. Can't see why that would be a good idea. We might as well just buy one share. Probably you make more money than because of the volatility and theta drop you'd get from 1,400 calls. Well, we've got an hour and a half left on the market, and we had an outstanding morning, a nice conversational afternoon, midday, an interesting Fed release there, nice ABCD setup on Shopify, and let's see what else the market shall bring us in this last hour and a half. BTX for high frequency traders going through the roof right now. Just broke out again on the day at 39 and went all the way up to 41.77. If you have a high frequency trading setup, BTX looks outstanding. What's a small crypto you can put a couple $100 in and see a profit? Yes, I will be live tomorrow. Yes, live every day in our group. Today, you're live with me over TikTok, but if you want to be live with me tomorrow, you need to come join right now the Discord. The link is in my bio. I do this live every day, yes. So a crypto you can put money in and see a profit. What time? Every morning when the market opens. 30 minutes before the market opens, and then for the first 2 hours of the market open. Oh, here we go. We've got more notes from Powell, and the market's going down on the news, it looks like. Change volume of big TV to 65%.
While the level of new cases remains concerning, especially as it reflects the spread of more infectious strains of the virus, continued vaccinations should allow for a return to more normal economic conditions later this year. In the meantime, continued observance of public health and safety guidance will help us reach that goal as soon as possible. As with overall economic activity, conditions in the labor market have continued to improve. Employment rose 916,000 in March, as the leisure and hospitality sector posted a notable gain for the second consecutive month. Nonetheless, employment in this sector is still more than 3 million below its level at the onset of the pandemic.
Sammy, yes and no.
For the economy as a whole, payroll employment is 8.4 million below its pre-pandemic level.
Message me.
The unemployment rate remained elevated at 6% in March, and this figure understates the shortfall in employment, particularly as participation in the labor market remains notably below pre-pandemic levels. The economic downturn has not fallen equally on all Americans, and those least able to shoulder the burden have been the hardest hit. In particular, the high level of joblessness has been especially severe for lower wage workers in the service sector and for African Americans and Hispanics. The economic dislocation has upended many lives and created great uncertainty about the future. Readings on inflation have increased and are likely to rise somewhat further before moderating. In the near term, 12-month measures of PCE inflation are expected to move above 2%, as the very low readings from early in the pandemic fall out of the calculation, and past increases in oil prices pass through to consumer energy prices. Beyond these effects, we are also likely to see upward pressure on prices from the rebound in spending as the economy continues to reopen, particularly if supply bottlenecks limit how quickly production can respond in the near term. However, these one-time increases in prices are likely to have only transitory effects on inflation. The Fed's response to this crisis has been guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people, along with our responsibilities to promote the stability of the financial system. As we say in our statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy, we view maximum employment as a broad-based and inclusive goal. Our ability to achieve maximum employment in the years ahead depends importantly on having longer-term inflation expectations well anchored at 2%.
Ooh, all right. The market just went way up on that news.
In today's policy statement,
market
with
moving up.
Inflation running persistently below 2%. We will aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time, so that inflation averages 2% over time, and longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored at 2%. We expect to maintain an accommodative stance of monetary policy until these employment and inflation outcomes are achieved.
Okay, the market is about to break 418.20 to the upside. Get calls on SPY if it breaks 418.20.
Until labor market conditions have reached levels consistent with the committee's assessment of maximum employment, and inflation has risen to 2% and is on track to moderately exceed 2% for some time. I would note that a transitory rise in inflation above 2% this year would not meet this standard. In addition, we will continue to increase our holdings of Treasury securities by at least $80 billion per month and of agency mortgage-backed securities by at least $40 billion per month, until substantial further progress has been made toward our maximum employment and price stability goals. The increase in our balance sheet since March 2020 has materially eased financial conditions and is providing substantial support to the economy.
Calls on SPY. There we
The
go.
economy is a long way from our goals, and it is likely
We're breaking
to
to
take
the
some
upside.
time for substantial further progress to be achieved. Our guidance for interest rates and
It doesn't matter, Paul.
ties the path of the federal funds
At
rate
the
to
money
the size of the
calls,
balance
earliest
sheet, to our
expiration, whatever you
employment
want
and
to
inflation
do,
goals.
they're going to go up.
This outcome-based guidance will
If the market
ensure that
goes
the
up.
stance of monetary policy remains highly accommodative as the recovery progresses. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to support the economy for as long as it takes to complete the recovery. Thank you. I'll look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, we'll go to Paul Kiernan.
Hi, Chairman Powell. Thanks for doing this. I guess since I'm first, I'll go ahead and read out Howard's question from the last press conference. Is it time to start talking about tapering yet? Have you and your colleagues had any conversations to this effect? Thanks.
Thank you. So no, it is not time yet. We've said that we would let the public know when it is time to have that conversation. And we said we'd do that well in advance of any actual decision to taper our asset purchases, and we will do so. In the meantime, we'll be monitoring progress toward our goals. We first articulated this substantial further progress test at our December meeting. Economic activity and hiring have just recently picked up after slowing over the winter. And it will take some time before we see substantial further progress.
Thank you.
Thank you. Janelle at Borders.
All right,
Okay,
now,
hi, thank you so much. My question is about what's going on with the virus and what if we don't reach a level of herd immunity per se? So in your scenario, thinking about the outlook in the economy, do you have a model where you might start to still normalize policy, even if there's like a baseline of infections still going on? Or how can you talk about how you're weighing those things?
Yeah. And we have to leave questions about herd immunity and what that looks like to the health experts. But I would certainly say that what matters the most to the economic recovery continues to be controlling the virus. The economy can't fully recover until people are confident that it's safe to resume activities involving crowds of people. There may be people who are around the edges of the labor force who won't come back in unless they feel really comfortable going back to their old jobs, for example. And there may be parts of the economy that just won't be able to.
I kind of like the sound
really
of that.
fully re-engage until the pandemic.
It means there's
decisively
still some growth
behind
left.
us. But we've articulated
Worth investing into.
Guidance for tapering our asset purchases and for lifting off and raising interest rates. So for asset purchases, we've said that we would continue at the current pace of asset purchases until we see substantial further progress toward our goals. So, and that is what it is, substantial further progress. For interest rates, as I said a moment ago, we want to see labor market conditions consistent with maximum employment. We want to see inflation at 2%. We want to see it on track to exceed 2%. So those are our tests. We don't have an independent test to do with the virus. I will say, though, as I started with, the path of the virus is going to have an effect on our ability to achieve both of those tests.
Great. Thank you. Gina.
Hi, Chair Powell. Thanks for taking our questions. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that test for raising interest rates that you just elaborated. You've obviously made it very clear that you want to see improvements in the real economy, in the real data, and not in just sort of expectations data before making that move. But I guess I wonder what happens if inflation expectations were to move up.
Yeah, the 10-year rate is dropping like a rock.
Employment. It seems like a lot of sort of the stability in inflation has been tied to the fact that those have been so low and stable. And I guess I wonder how your reaction would be, or sort of how your reaction to that is how you're thinking about that.
Wow.
Right,
Do we pay that lady? Jesus Christ.
It seems unlikely, frankly, that we would see inflation moving up in a persistent way that would actually move inflation expectations up while there was still significant slack in the labor market. I won't say that it's impossible, but it seems unlikely. It's much more likely that we would, having achieved maximum employment conditions,
Apple moving up significantly,
2% inflation, and be on track to see inflation moving above 2%. They tend to move together. So that's not to say inflation might not move up, but for inflation to move up in a persistent way that really starts to move inflation expectations up.
Amazon going to break a high of the day.
And you would think that it would be quite likely that we'd be in very strong labor markets for that to be happening. If that actually were to happen, though, there's a paragraph in the statement on longer run goals and monetary policy strategy, which says that when the two goals are somewhat in conflict, we weigh various factors, including the time it would take to get back and forth. So we do. It doesn't really tell you what to do, but it tells you that we will weigh those two factors and how far we are away from them and how long it would take to reach them, were we to reach that sort of pretty unlikely state.
Thank you. Steve Mason.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I want to follow up on Janelle's question, and I wonder if you can help us understand better your thinking about how COVID infection rates and the virus calibrate with monetary policy. As you recall, we had a major resurgence in the virus last fall, and I'm wondering, would you need to be assured that there wasn't such a resurgence coming before you began, I mean, for lack of a better term, thinking about tapering? And what kind of comfort level would you need? Would it be something that would be declared from the CDC or the World Health Organization, for example, downgrading the virus from a pandemic before you have the comfort level to reverse course on policy?
Good question.
Yeah, we really have just articulated the goals that I've just mentioned a couple of times, which is substantial further progress toward our goals before we taper. Now, that's very likely for us to achieve that. It's very likely going to be the case that we've also made really significant progress on controlling the virus through vaccination and other. Those two things should more or less coexist. We haven't articulated a separate test for a state of the virus that we'd like to achieve, because we're not experts in that area. We're really focused on the economic outcomes. And again, my guess is that it's very likely, it seems to me, that for us to achieve the economic outcomes, we would need to taper or to raise interest rates. We would also have to have made very substantial progress in getting the virus under control. Not necessarily fully under control. There is a possibility, of course, that we will have ongoing outbreaks over the summer, various regional outbreaks, and potentially next winter as well. But we'll be looking for substantial progress toward our goals, substantial further progress toward our goals as we think about tapering asset purchases.
Thank you. Victoria.
Hi, Chair Powell. I wanted to ask,
we day trade penny stocks in our group. Yes.
The need to have a lot of help from fiscal policy and monetary policy to make sure that there's not long-term scarring in the economy. And I was just wondering, given all of the policies that have been put in place, do you expect there to still be some long-term scarring? And if so, what are you most worried about? Where are you most worried about that showing up?
So I would say that we were very worried about scarring, both in the labor market, from people being out of the labor market for an extended period of time. The evidence is clear that it becomes much more difficult if you're out for a long time to get back in and get back to the life that you had. Same thing with these small businesses, many of which are the work of generations, where we're going to wipe out many of those unnecessarily. That was a big concern. I would say that so far, here we are in late April of 2021, we haven't experienced that level of scarring either in the labor market or among smaller businesses. So we're not living that downside case that we're very concerned about a year ago. Notwithstanding that, we're a long way from full employment. Payroll jobs are 8.4 million below where they were in February of 2020. We've got a long ways to go. And also, it's going to be a different economy. So we've been hearing a lot from companies that they've been looking at deploying better technology and perhaps fewer people, including in some of the service industries that have been employing a lot of people. It may well be, it seems quite likely that a number of the people who had those service sector jobs will struggle to find the same job and may need time to find work and get back to the working life they had. These were people who were working in February of 2020. They clearly want to work. So those people are going to need help. And so while I would say we haven't seen really highly elevated levels of unemployment for, up in the teens that we thought we might have for an extended period of time, we've still got a lot of people who are out of work. We want to get them back to work as quickly as possible. And that's really one of the things we're trying to achieve with our policy.
Thank you. Rachel,
Amazon breaking new high.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, Chair Powell, for taking our questions. The housing market in many American cities is seeing booming prices, bidding wars, and all cash offers well above asking price. And this is happening at the same time that housing is becoming much more expensive for lower income Americans and people who are still struggling from the pandemic. Do you have concerns that there are localized housing bubbles or that there's the potential for that? And what is the Fed doing to monitor or address this? Thank you.
So we do monitor the housing market very carefully, of course. And I would say that before the pandemic, it's a very different housing market than it was before the global financial crisis. And one of the main differences was that households were in very good shape financially compared to where they were. In addition, most more people who got mortgages were people with pretty high credit scores. There wasn't the subprime, low doc, no doc lending practices were not there. So we don't have that kind of thing where we have a housing bubble where people are over levered and owning a lot of houses. There's no question though that housing prices are going up, and so we're watching that carefully. It's partly because there's clearly strong demand, and there's just not a lot of supply right now. So builders are struggling to keep up with the demand. Clearly, inventories are tremendously low. We're all hearing those stories. And if you're an entry level housing buyer, this is a problem because it just is going to be that much harder for people to get that first house, and that's a problem. I mean, it's part of a strong economy with people having money to spend and wanting to invest in housing. So in that sense, it's good. It's clearly the strongest housing market that we've seen since the global financial crisis. And my hope would be that over time, housing builders can react to this demand and come up with more supply, and workers will come back to work in that industry. So, it's not an unalloyed good to have prices going up this much, and we're
SPY is pulling back now.
I don't see the kind of financial stability concerns, though, that really do reside around the housing sector. So many of the financial crack-ups in all countries, all Western countries that have happened in the last 30 years have been around housing. We really don't see that here. We don't see bad loans and unsustainable prices and that kind of thing.
Thank you. Chris Rugaber, Associated Press.
Thank you for taking my question. I wanted to ask about the labor market. You see things such as in the Beige Book, you saw in the Beige Book anecdotes about businesses not able to find workers. For back to the labor market for fear of getting sick, child care concerns and so forth. Do you see these as also just sort of temporary bottlenecks that won't have much effect on the long-term health of the labor market? How are you thinking about these kinds of issues?
Chris, you were breaking up a little there, but I think I did get your question. So I think there are a number of things going on there. The tension between a high level of unemployment and yet many companies saying they can't find, an elevated number of companies saying that they can't find workers. So what's really going on there? It should be a number of different things. There are workers who don't actually have the specific skills that the employers are looking for. There may be geographical differences. It may also be that, for example, one big factor would be schools aren't open yet, so there's still people who are at home taking care of their children and would like to be back in the workforce, but can't be yet. There are people afraid of there are virus fears that are weighing on people, so some people don't want to go back to work. There are also a significant number of people who say they've retired. A large number of people say that they're retired. Now, it's hard to say whether they will come back in as the labor market strengthens and as COVID, becomes in the rearview mirror in the history books, if you will. So, but clearly there's something going on out there as many companies are reporting labor shortages. We don't see wages moving up yet, and presumably we would see that in a real, in a really tight labor market, and we may well start to see that. I do think, so what will happen, what we saw during the last expansion, and it may be a different expansion, we don't know, but what we saw was that labor supply generally showed up. In other words, if you were worried about running out of workers, it seemed like we never did. The labor force participation held up. People came in the labor force, they stayed in the labor force longer than expected. So my guess would be that you will see people coming back into the labor force, and these jobs will be, the labor market will reach equilibrium, maybe pay will go up, but I do think that, and I do think also that unemployment insurance benefits will run out in September, so to the extent that's a factor, which is not clear, it will no longer be a factor fairly soon. So my guess is it will come back to this economy where we have, equilibrium between labor supply and labor demand. It may take some months though.
Thank you. Heather Scott.
Quick follow or?
I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Chris.
Well,
Yes, again, we pay these people.
We lost you, Chris. Let's go on to Heather.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Sheriff Powell. I wanted to ask, you've been hearing, of course, these concerns raised by Larry Summers and others about inflation and the fact that they think the Fed might let things get out of hand with the new policy stance. So my question is, can you tell us what is different this time versus previous periods like in the 60s when inflation got out of control? Why are you confident with the lags in monetary policy that the Fed can get ahead of inflation and make sure it doesn't go too far above the 2% target?
Good question. So I actually have a couple of things I'd like to say about inflation, including addressing your question. So let me start with just saying that we're very strongly committed to achieving our objectives of maximum permanent employment and price stability. Our price stability goal is 2% inflation over the longer run, and we believe that having inflation average 2% over time will help anchor long-term inflation expectations at 2%. With inflation having run persistently below 2% for some time, the committee seeks inflation moderately above inflation for above 2% for some time. So with a little bit of context, we're making our way through an unprecedented series of events, really, in which a synchronized global shutdown is now giving way to widespread reopening of economies many places around the world. In the United States, fiscal and monetary policy continue to provide strong support. Vaccinations are now widespread, and the economy is beginning to move ahead with real momentum. During this time of reopening, we are likely to see some upward pressure on prices, and I'll discuss why. But those pressures are likely to be temporary as they are associated with the reopening process. And an episode of one-time price increases as the economy reopens is not the same thing as, and is not likely to lead to, persistently higher year-over-year inflation into the future, inflation at levels that are not consistent with our goal of 2% inflation over time. Indeed, it is the Fed's job to make sure that that does not happen. If contrary to expectations, inflation were to move persistently and materially above 2% in a manner that threatened to move in longer-term inflation expectations materially above 2%, we would use our tools to bring inflation and expectations down to mandate consistent levels. And I would say, if I may, that is a principal difference from, we're all very familiar at the Fed with the history of the 1960s and 70s, of course. And we know that our job is to achieve 2% inflation over time. We're committed to that, and we will use our tools to do that. So that's a very different situation than you had back in the 1960s. There are many, many differences, actually. Let me talk quickly about the two reasons, two or you could say three, but really two main reasons why we think inflation will move up in the near term. The first is the base effects. 12-month measures of inflation are likely to move well above 2% over the next few months as the very low inflation readings recorded in March and April of last year drop out of the calculation. That process has already started to show up. You saw it in the March CPI reading, and you'll see it later this week in the PCE price data. These base effects will contribute about 1 percentage point to headline inflation and about 0.7 of a percentage point to core inflation in April and May. So significant increases, and they'll disappear over the following months, and they'll be transitory. They carry no implication for the rate of inflation in later periods. So that's base effects. The other big one I would talk about is bottlenecks. So this is what we're seeing in supply chains in various industries, and we're in close touch with all of these industries. You know, the Fed has a network of contacts that is unequaled in businesses and in nonprofits for that matter too. So what do we mean by a bottleneck? A bottleneck really is a temporary blockage or restriction in the supply chain for a particular good or goods, something that slows down the process of producing goods and delivering them to the market. We think of bottlenecks as things that in their nature will be resolved as workers and businesses adapt. And we think of them as not calling for a change in monetary policy since they're temporary and expected to resolve themselves. We know that the base effects will disappear in a few months. It's much harder to predict with confidence the amount of time it will take to resolve the bottlenecks, or for that matter, the temporary effects that they will have on prices in the meantime. So, you know, I'll just sum up and say, we understand our job, we will do our job, and we are focused, as you've seen, for many years, we've been focused on inflation deviating below 2%, and we used our tools aggressively to keep it back up at 2%. If we see inflation moving materially above 2% in a persistent way that risks inflation expectations drifting up, then we will use our tools to guide inflation and expectations back down to 2%. No one should doubt that we will do that. This is not what we expect, but no one should doubt that in the event we would be prepared to use our tools.
Ironically, when they do that, it causes inflation. So they're trapped.
Powell, you said a few weeks ago that it would. Thank you, Chair Powell.
Correct.
You said a few weeks ago that it would take
Catch 22
string of months of job creation of about 1 million to achieve progress towards your goal. Can you define what your definition of a string of months is more specifically? And on inflation, the FOMC said the rise in
all right, we got one more hour on the market.
Largely reflects transitory factors, as you just described. But why use the word largely? And what are the factors driving higher prices that may not be transitory based on the initial data that you're seeing?
So what is a string? What do I mean by a string? Well, I would say what we have right now is one really good. I can tell you what it's not. It's not one really good employment reading, which is what we got in March. We got close to 1 million jobs in March and a very strong labor market reading. And I was just suggesting that we'd want to see more like that. We're 8.5 million jobs below where we were in February 2020, and that doesn't account for growth in the labor force and growth in the economy, the trend we were on. So we're a long way from our goals, and we don't have to get all the way to our goals to taper asset purchases. We just need to make substantial further progress. It's going to take some time. On largely, you know, there are a bunch of factors. I was really thinking, we were thinking of the base effects and also the energy effects. I wasn't meaning to say there are some real effects. I mean, there are always relative prices going up and down within inflation. You know, there's a basket for CPI or PCE. There are, you know, many factors that go into it. Relative prices are always moving up and down. We think it's very fair to say that the increases we see and frankly are about to see later this week are largely due to base effects. It would have been more contentious to say entirely due to base effects because there are some things that are always going up, and so we just said largely.
By the way, that's pretty bad. What he says that within the next 12 months, like I said, interest rates are going to go above 2%.
Over the past decade, the Fed has invested significant resources in large-scale bank supervision, has completely overhauled that approach, and it's even created a special committee that looks horizontally across the largest banks to find common risks. Did the Fed not see that multiple banks had large exposures to Archegos? If not, why not? And then what regulatory changes would you like to see implemented to change that going forward?
We supervise banks to make sure that they have risk management systems in place so that they can spot these things. We don't manage their companies for them or try to manage individual risks. In the grand scheme of these large institutions, the Archegos risks were not systemically important or were not of the size that they would have really created trouble for any of those institutions. What was troubling, though, was that this could happen in a business for a number of firms that is thought to carry relatively well understood risks. The prime brokerage business is a well understood business, and so it was surprising a number of them would have had this. And it was essentially, I believe, the fact that they had the same big risk position on with a number of firms, and they weren't. Some of the firms were not aware that there were other firms that had those things. I wouldn't say it's in any way an indictment of our supervision of these firms. It in some cases it may be it seems as though there were risk management breakdowns at some of the firms, not all of them, and that's what we're looking into.
Thank you. Nancy Marshall-Genzer.
Hi, Chair Powell. I'm wondering, are you planning to visit the homeless encampment that's near the Fed in Washington that you drive by? Have you been invited? And if you went, what would you be looking to learn there?
Frankly, yes, I have not had a chance to do it yet, but I've been very busy. But I will visit. I don't want to visit at a time of a lot of media attention because I don't want that to be part of the story. But I will go visit when
you should be concerned about inflation with regards to businesses who have high amounts of debt.
Many times, number of times anyway, let's say. And I think it's always good to talk to people and hear what's going on in their lives. What you find out is they're you.
Let me
they're
check
just
on
us.
Mara.
I mean, these are people who in many cases had jobs and they have lives and they've just found themselves in this place. It's a
no, don't sell Mara.
There are many facets of it, and I'm well aware that this is not something
Tomorrow it may go down
the
though.
Tools for or anything
if you're
like
just
that.
in it for a quick buck, okay, sell
I
it.
will do that when the need
Otherwise,
arises and when
hold
it's
it
not,
for
so much,
a couple more days.
in the public eye.
And is there anything specifically that
I was
you would
talking
be
specifically
looking
to
learn there?
Mike.
Not really. I mean, I think I know what I'll find there. I think you connect with these people, and what you find is they're like you. That could be you. I mean, that could be your sister. That could be your kid. You always feel that way in that sort of an encounter, and it just is. It's an important thing to engage in, I think, and I think we bring that understanding into our lives and frankly into our work, the work that we do as well.
Thank you. Hannah Lynn.
Hi, I wanted to ask about digital currency. You previously said a few times that you think it's important for the U.S. to get a central bank digital currency right rather than first. But with countries like China moving very quickly on CBDC, I was wondering what you think the risks are of moving too slow on digital currency.
Right. So I think the first thing to say is that we feel an obligation to understand the technology and all of the policy issues very, very well. Central bank digital currencies are now possible, and we're going to see some of them around the world. And we need to understand whether that's something that would be a good thing for the people that we serve. How would it work in our system?
Which is a weird way of saying if it's a bad thing, they're not going to let you.
To answer, but I think
Fuck you.
And we are engaged in a serious program to understand both the technology and the policy issues.
Who died and made you crypto
I would say
guys?
this,
Fuck
we're
you.
the world's reserve currency, and that means that the dollar is used in transactions all around the world, far more than any other currency, and that's because of our rule of law, our democratic institutions, which are the best in the world, our economy, our industrious people, all the things that make the United States. That's why we're the reserve currency. And of course, we have open capital accounts, which is essential if you're going to be the reserve currency. So those are the factors that make us the reserve currency. I'm less concerned that another country might have a digital currency. First, ask yourself the question: does that mean that if
is that you,
a company
Manny?
that's doing international business, would you then suddenly start to use that currency to use
Don't see. Okay, let me get you that now.
transactions, or would you
Sure thing.
still do them in dollars, which is what everyone does? And I'm not so concerned about that. I am really concerned about getting it right. It is a tricky set of questions
There you
that
go,
we
Manny.
have to navigate in a world where we already have, remember, a highly evolved payment system. We have FedNow and other immediately available funds. Pretty soon, everybody will be able to do what people do in other parts of the world, which is just use their phone to make immediately available payments all the time. It'll be normal. And what would be the role of a central bank digital currency in that kind of an environment? Far more important to get it right than it is to do it fast or feel that we need to rush to reach conclusions because other countries are moving ahead. I mean, the currency that's being used in China is not one that would work here. It's one that really allows the government to see every payment that's used for which it's used in real time. It's much more to do with things that are happening within their own financial system than it is, I think, to do with the global, sort of global competition.
Thank you. Michael Derby.
Thank you for taking my question. I wanted to ask you another question about inflation, and it has to do with inflation expectations. A number of different surveys and market indicators are showing, multi-year highs in inflation expectations readings. So I wondered, if that was something that you saw as consistent with your inflation outlook. Is that something that worries you, or do you see that as maybe, the success of the Fed's new inflation framework, making it out to the broader public?
Right. Inflation and expectations before the pandemic hit. And here we think of survey, market-based, survey being either households or economists, and market-based. You look at all of those, and I would say that they were at the low end of what would have been consistent with a 2% inflation target, particularly our 2% inflation target, which calls for 2% average inflation. So they were at the low end. Inflation expectations actually went down a bit at the beginning of the pandemic, and now they've just moved back up to levels broadly that are where they were in 2018, or in some cases 2014, and I would say more consistent with our mandate. And we want them to be. We want them to be higher, and on a persistent basis. We want inflation to run a little bit higher than it has been running for the last quarter of a century. We want it to average 2%. Not 1.7%.
2.25%.
Inflation expectations that are consistent with that, really well anchored at 2%. We don't really see that yet, but I would say that break evens have moved up in a way. Break evens are
Thank you very much.
CPI, of course, but they're now.
Yes, I do. Here, let me give you a link.
Pretty close to mandate consistent, whereas before they were below. We monitor inflation expectations very, very carefully, as you would obviously know. So. That's where I would say it is.
One small follow-up. Do you have any red lines on inflation readings where if you hit like a certain number on, say, core PC, that would be a trigger response from the Fed?
It doesn't work that way. Inflation measures are always going to be a bit volatile. We expect, as I mentioned, core and headline PCE to move up because of base effects. And and we expect that to go away. We also expect these bottleneck effects to come in. We don't know how persistent they'll be. We think they'll, it's a matter of when they will pass through, not whether they will pass through. But we can't be confident about the exact timing of that or the size of them. They don't seem especially large at the moment, but we don't know. I mean, this is all about the reopening of the economy. That's what's happening. We were in a deep hole a year ago, and now with a lot of help from fiscal policy, some additional help from monetary policy, and a great deal of help from vaccination, we're seeing a strong rebound in activity. And what's happening is demand can be spurred with fiscal transfers and the saved up fiscal transfers and people going back to work and things like that. The supply side will take a little bit of time to adapt. New restaurants will have to be opened. The supply of various inputs into the goods part of the economy will have to be brought back up to speed. And you're seeing some of that. That'll happen over a period of time. over coming quarters. You'll see some of the bottlenecks resolved, but the last one may not be resolved for some time.
Thank you. Brian Chung.
Brian Chung with Yahoo. Hi, Chairman Powell. Brian Chung with Yahoo Finance. I wanted to ask about financial stability, which is a part of the Fed's reaction function here. It seems like to people on the outside who might not follow finance daily, they're paying attention to things like GameStop, now Dogecoin. And it seems like there's interesting reach for yield in this market, to some extent also Archegos. So does the Fed see a relationship between low rates and easy policy to those things? And is there a financial stability concern from the Fed's perspective at this time?
Right, so we look at financial stability for us is really, we have a broad framework, so we don't just jump from one thing to another. I know many people just look at asset prices and they look at some of the things that are going on in the equity markets, which I think do reflect froth in the equity markets. But really, we try to stick to a framework for financial stability, so we can talk about it the same way each time, and so we can be held accountable for it. So one of the areas is asset prices, and I would say some of the asset prices are high. You are seeing things in the capital markets that are a bit frothy. That's a fact. I won't say it has nothing to do with monetary policy, but it has a tremendous amount to do with vaccination and reopening of the economy. That's really what has been moving markets a lot in the last few months, is this turn away from what was a pretty dark winter to now a much faster vaccination process and a faster reopening. So that's part of what's going on. The other things, though, leverage in the financial system is not a problem. That was one of the 4 pillars. Asset prices was one. Leverage in the financial system is not an issue. We have very well capitalized large banks. We have funding risks for our largest financial institutions are also very low. We do have some funding risk issues around money market funds, but I would say they're not systemic right now. And the household
like
sector is actually in
racism.
pretty good shape. It was in very good shape as a relative matter before the financial crisis. The pandemic crisis hit. There were real concerns, of course, with high levels of unemployment and loss of wages and all that the household sector would weaken dramatically. That hasn't happened. So with the fiscal transfers, money that's on household balance sheets, they're in good shape. You see relatively low defaults and that kind of thing. So the overall financial stability picture is mixed, but on balance, it's manageable, I would say. And by the way, I think it's appropriate and important for financial conditions to remain accommodated to support economic activity. Again, 8.5 million people who had jobs in February don't have them now. And there's a long way to go till we reach our goal. So that's what I would say.
As a follow-up, you mentioned money market pressures. The Fed didn't make changes to interest on reserves or excess reserves. What was the logic behind that? It seems like SOFR has been drifting closer to zero. So just hoping for clarification on that.
Right. So the federal funds rate has been well within target and target range, and money market conditions are fine. We have the ability to use our administrative tools to make sure that remains the case. We do expect further downward pressure on rates through asset purchases and also the runoff in the Treasury General account. But at this point, we didn't see a need to deploy our tools to support rates. And of course, we will do so if the need does arise.
Thank you. Jean Young.
Hi, Chair Powell. I wanted to ask a similar question. We are seeing elevated market valuations, and some economists are concerned that the economy might overheat, at least for a period of time. So should the Fed and other regulators be thinking about tightening capital requirements or extending oversight to the non-bank sector so that financial stability risk stays as low as it has been? Thank you.
So I think capital requirements for banks are, to me, they went up tremendously, really, over the course of the 10 years between the financial crisis and the arrival of the pandemic. And the banks really made it through a real stress test very well, and passed two of our stress tests, and then there's another one that's pending. Capital is in a good place as far as I'm concerned in the banking system. But to your point, what we saw was, so what kind of happened during the pandemic crisis that requires attention? And number one is money market funds and corporate bond funds, where we saw run dynamics again. And we're looking at that. So we're looking at ways, and people around the world are looking at ways to make those vehicles resilient so that they don't have to be, supported by the government whenever there's severely stressed market conditions. It's a private business. They need to have the wherewithal to stay in business and not just count on the Fed and others around the world to come in. So that was that. The other one is treasury market structure. Dealers are committing less capital to that activity now than they were 10 or 15 years ago. And the need for capital is higher because there's so much
For us,
more
that's hilarious.
supply of treasuries. And so there are some questions about treasury market structure, and there's a lot of careful work going on to understand whether there's something we can do about this. Because the U.S. Treasury market is probably the single most important market in the economy in the world. It needs to be liquid. It needs to function well for the good of our economy and the good of our citizens. So it's not clear where that takes you, but we're taking a careful look, and the Treasury Department is really going to be leading this at Treasury market structure and all of the various aspects of that to make sure that we do have a resilient, strong Treasury market that can work even in difficult times.
BTX breaking out
at the
again.
very beginning of the of this recent crisis, there was such a demand for selling treasuries, including by foreign central banks, that really the dealers couldn't handle the volume. And so what was happening was the market was really starting to lose function, and that was a really serious problem, which we had to solve through really massive asset purchases. And so we'd like to see if there isn't something we can do do we need to build against that kind of an extreme tail risk, and if so, what would that look like?
Thank you. Edward Lawrence.
Thank you, Fed Chairman, for the question. So I'm interested in your thoughts. There's so much fiscal help and accommodation from the Federal Reserve. You said today that vaccinations will follow the normal economic conditions or lead to more normal economic conditions later this year. When do you see the economy being able to stand on its own feet, so to speak? And along those lines, with the fiscal spending and the accommodation you talked about with transitory inflation, does more spending need to be injected into the system, or would that affect that transitory nature of the inflation? Thank you.
Will the economy be able to stand on its own feet? I'm not sure what the exact nature of that question is.
Well, what I'm saying is when do we need to lower the amount of treasuries you're buying, it sort of taper off a little bit? When can it stand without having that support from the monetary policy side, and then for the transitory?
Okay, sorry. So we've articulated our test for that, as you know, and that is just we'll continue asset purchases at this pace until we see substantial further progress, and we're going to communicate well in advance of any decision. We're going to let the public know that that's what we're thinking, and so there'll be a lot of warning and that kind of thing. But so that's substantial further progress toward our goals. That's really all it is. It doesn't have any external virus-related specific requirement. Although again, I do think the virus will need to continue to be controlled for us to achieve those economic goals. But it's really the economic goals. Now, your second question, sorry, just say again, I didn't quite get that question.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. With
See you in the morning. All right.
Spending that's happened in the
click the link in my bio.
Does the system need more spending, either from the fiscal side or accommodation, or would more spending affect the transitory nature of the inflation and put those upward pressures on inflation long term?
So it's really up to Congress. We're not an advisor to Congress. We don't weigh in on specific fiscal bills or proposals. That's really between elected parties. Basically fiscal policy is the province of people who stand for democratic election and win, and they get to make those very difficult decisions, and they get to be accountable to the voters. We didn't do any of that, and we don't have a seat at that table. We don't seek a seat at that table. So that's really something for Congress and the administration to deal with.
Thank you. Greg Robb.
There goes BTX. High frequency traders.
Hi, Greg Robb from
hitting
Market Watch.
50 almost.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I wanted to circle back to the housing market. It's just kind of confusing, the question and your answer. You know, the housing market is strong, prices are up, and yet the Fed is buying $40 billion per month in mortgage-related assets. Why is that? And are those purchases playing a role at all in pushing up prices?
Yeah, I mean, we started buying MBS because the mortgage-backed security market was really experiencing
BTX with a huge pop to 51.98.
We sort of articulated
BTX.
What our exit path is from that. It's not meant to provide direct assistance to the housing market. That was never the intent. It was really just to keep that it's a very close relation to the Treasury market and a very important market on its own. And so that's why we bought, as we did during the global financial crisis, we bought MBS too. Again, not an intention.
BTX has gone from 41 to 52 in about 3 minutes,
which was really not a problem this time at all. So, and you know, it's a situation where we will taper asset purchases when the time comes to do that, and those purchases will come to zero over time, and that time is not yet.
53.
Thank you. And for the last question, we'll go to Mike.
53.25.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
53.37.
Let me go back to Paul's
BTX.
Question, the first question, and ask you whether, not whether you're thinking of tapering, but why you're not. We're seeing bank lending fall. The markets seem to be operating well. Are you afraid of a taper tantrum, or is it, as one money manager put it, if you get out of the markets, there aren't enough buyers for all of the Treasury debt, and so rates would have to go way up? Bottom line question is, what do we get for $120 billion a month that we couldn't get for less?
So it's really not more complicated than this. We articulated the substantial further progress test at our December meeting, and really for the next couple of months, we've made relatively little progress toward our goals. And remember, substantial further progress from our December meeting. And then vaccination started to get more widespread. The economy reopened. We got a really nice job report for March. It doesn't constitute substantial further progress. It's not close to substantial further progress. We're hopeful that we will see along this path a way to that goal. And we believe we will, just as a question of when. And so when the time comes for us to talking about it, we'll do that. And but that time is not now. We're not that far. We've had one great jobs report. It's not enough. You know, we're going to act on actual data, not on a forecast, and we're just going to need to see more data. It's no more complicated than that.
Rates where they are doesn't change anything, but does it change anything if you actually tapered a bit? If you spent less, would you still get the same effect on the economy?
If we bought less, you're very faint. So if someone has volume, they turn it up. But if we bought less, no. I mean, I think the effect is proportional to the amount we buy. It's really part of overall accommodative financial conditions. We have tried to create accommodative financial conditions to support economic activity, and we did that. And we articulated the tests for withdrawing that accommodation. And we think, so we're waiting to see those tests to be fulfilled, both for asset purchases and for lift off of rates. And when the tests are fulfilled, we'll go ahead. As we've done this before. We did it in the last after the last crisis, and we'll do it as those tests are satisfied. We'll do it, and the only thing that will guide us are the tests met? That's what we focused on, is have the macroeconomic conditions that we've articulated, have they been realized? That will be the test for tapering asset purchases and for raising interest rates.
Thank you very much. Take
Thank
care.
you.
And with that, we have the final question and final answer from Fed Chair Jay Powell at his press conference there. We did see stocks and yields rise a little bit.
Change volume of big
TD
TD to 0%.
To even begin thinking about tapering, though some retraction.
All right. All right, and we're back. No, we're not swinging shop. No, we're doing an ABCD pattern on Shopify. Okay, we are back. Let's see what we got here. Excuse me. All right, so Shopify coming back to 1285 right now. You go ahead and half your position. So now that we fell below 1285, we go back on our double up. Remember that double up? So now we go back on our double up. Okay, Daniel. Yeah, I mean, it depends. So just private message me on the Discord. And at some point, hopefully later tonight, I'll respond and we'll figure something out. It will depend on your account size and goals and stuff. So we'll have a little micro conversation and then we'll take it from there. Now, curious, why did you get out at particular points, Daniel? And 33% out, that sounds really good. I like that. How did you know, to do those particular things? Maybe you've been following me for a while. You've heard some of the techniques or learned it from somewhere else. Or, yeah, I'm just curious. Mickey, I don't know what's up with that. Hold on one second. Let's see if I can get some further information from the admins. Well, I'm watching BTX crap out after it broke through 50 level. And I'm watching Shopify retracing back. And at this point now, you want to make sure you get out of Shopify at break even or better. Now that it's pulled back into the C part, which is 1285. So Daniel says, I've been trying to learn to scale from listening to you about this, and the returns were hitting close to 10% in 5 seconds. So I figured it wouldn't sustain watching the high frequency price ranges. And yes, that is true. And so you did really good. I mean, it topped out like at 54, and you got out at 53, 52.50, and 52.26. That's good. You did good. How many shares? Maybe it wasn't very many shares, or was that paper trading, or? All right, guys, we got 28 minutes on the market. The market just wants to go sideways now. 60 shares. Okay, cool. And Shopify, you're going to want to get out at your break even. You will have taken profits, 25% of your profits at $12.92.50. Who didn't take their profits when they were supposed to? Shame on you. This is exactly why we take those profits at that point, in case it doesn't follow through. So now you get out at break even. You don't lose any money, especially if you took some profits. And if you want to learn more about trading the ABCD pattern, I'll post a link here to the classes that I have on that, the lessons. And tomorrow I'll try and talk about it more during class as well. SPY ticking down now. So we had a lot of time there, midday, where we didn't do much. And then there, where we were watching the Fed meeting, we tried to take some action. The market just went sideways. And so overall today, though, hopefully it's been a good learning experience for you and a good experience, further experience. And we have 25 minutes left. And I know at the beginning of the market, you guys made a ton of money. We made a ton of money. And tomorrow, probably that's going to happen again. We shall see. All we need is for a couple of earnings winners. So somebody was asking me earlier about Fizz, F-I-Z-Z. It's now at sort of the value line that if you come to my classes, you know what I'm talking about. Making it a lower risk entry so long as you know how to get out. Low risk, high reward. Fizz, around $49 right now. That's somewhat of a low risk entry with like 46 being your stop. So that's $3 a risk. And then, who knows how much gain. You want to get some time on your option. It's possible the next peak will be around 62. So about $13 a gain. So 3 to 13, about a 4 to 1. Yeah, Daniel. Wow. Like we had a trade on Shopify. Most members got 150 to 250%. One member even got 350% return on Shopify on that morning trade. $8,000 somebody got. Many members got like $8,000, it seemed to be. Hell yeah. Definitely bragging. We got to brag because we like those huge Grand Slam moments. We used to have those Grand Slam moments once, twice, 3 times a week last year when the market was a bit more stable and improving. Lately, it's been way too choppy. Yes. Fizz, F-I-Z-Z. F-I-Z-Z. SPY turning up a little bit now. I'm going to take a quick little break just to stretch. I'll be right back in 3 minutes. Just going to stretch, walk and stretch. It's been all day. Be right back. All right, final moment to the market. 19 minutes. What you guys up to? Shop also turned up a little bit slightly. Okay, that's good. What, are you still in? Is anybody still in shop? And I'm not talking about from this morning because that's just dumb that you didn't sell what you're supposed to sell. But great, fine, you're still in. Basically, whatever I tell you now, it's not going to apply because you didn't listen the first time anyway. Is anybody still in shop on the ABCD play? We will find out tomorrow. That's right. Great answer. Somebody says, "What's going to be the best stock tomorrow?" And the Mike said, "We'll find out tomorrow." I mean, like fucking A. Yeah, exactly. Jesus Christ. Should we be back in Shop ABCD? You could be back in Shop ABCD if it breaks that recent pivot high. So that was almost 1,300. And if it were to break it, I think it would instantly hit the resistance of 1,300. So it's not in a very convenient spot. You know, it's not in a very convenient spot. And to play the ABCD, you will have wanted to have a cost average and cost basis that's lower, that you got in down near the bottom. So if you're not in some now, probably it's not the best strategy for you now. But that's why I was asking for some people, are you still in Shop? Because, you know, you can start to mix together your play a little bit to create something there. Oh yeah, we looked at Sundial 100 times today. Exactly. So somebody tell me who will be in BTX tomorrow, right? Yeah, I don't even know what to do, you know, for people. So every day I encounter new people making the same beginner mistakes, you know. They see something like BTX, it's like through the roof, right? So they're like, should I get in? It's like, you know, the move is over, right? It's like, I don't know how to describe it. It'd be like if you got into something, if you had the opportunity to get into something pre-IPO, then it comes out, and you know, and then it goes really, really like way up, and then they go, should I get in? It's like, you should have got in like at the beginning. I don't know how to explain it. It's the same mistakes every day. They chase stuff that's up. Can you imagine if we did that with Google today, you guys? Like if we got Google at, what was it, 1350 or whatever? Or if we got, what was it, Shopify at 1300, right as it broke 1300? And people are like, holy shit, I got to get Shopify. It's at 30. They now they pay attention. Now that it's at 1300, right? Now they pay attention. Like you and I, like, you know, in the morning we made, you know, 350% off of it because we got in not only not at the breakout when it started to go up, but even at the bottom when it was in the red. We got in when people would be like, oh God, no, I don't want anything to do with that. That's when you get in on something that's going to go up. Anyway, so they get in at 1300, and what are they thinking? That it's going to go to 1400, and it's the same beginner mistake every single time. Just listen to this. If you say, is it too late to get in? Can I still get in? Is it too late to get in? You're fucked. You're a loser. You're going to lose all your money. Stop it. Like, you need to start learning how to get in before people say, is it too late to get in? That's really what you have to do. You have to get in way earlier. You need to wake up earlier. You need to learn more. Getting in when people ask, is it too late to get in, is getting in at the end. And maybe we're not, maybe we're wrong about that. Sometimes they will continue a little bit, but the amount of risk reward that we got, like, I mean, you guys should have felt it today when we did Shopify. What was our risk? It was like this. It was like maybe we were going to lose 18% on our option, maybe 10% on our option. Like, we just get out at that low. Do you remember that? It was really close. The low. I said, okay, if this doesn't work out, we just get out at the low. Let me take a look. I'm going to rewind it a little bit here. There it is. So we got in at 12:05. The out was, our out would have been 1192. So 5 plus 7, 13 points, right? 13 points of risk. And we got in at 12:05. It went to 13:02. So it went up like 100 points. So we had 13 points of risk and 100 points of gain. I mean, we're roughly talking about 8 or 9 to 1. Now, let's say you get in at 1250, 1280, because it's when it's really, really like way up and we're like, oh my God, we're making 250%. Oh my God, we're making 300% gains. And that's when the people start to perk up. They're like, oh my God, that sounds like an opportunity. No, it doesn't. That's an opportunity missed. That's an opportunity you missed. That sounds to me like an opportunity you missed. You see, something's up 1,100%, and then they get in, right? Oh my God, you're probably going to lose half your money because it's going to drop 50% from there. It's going to drop 400% of the 1,100%. So when you hear something is up, it's over. It's too late. You've got to figure out how to get in before that. And that's what we do. That's what we do every morning, is I do find things that are up. Okay, that is true. But it's the beginning of the damn day. And then we let it run and we see if it has strength. And if it does, then we get in at the beginning. Yeah, FOMO. Yeah. I have it on a whiteboard somewhere around here. No to FOMO. I didn't know how to explain it, to people. I just think they don't understand risk reward. The difference between getting in at the beginning, the middle, and the end, and that it actually makes a difference in whether or not you're a little bit fucked, a bit fucked, or way fucked. And I think people just don't realize that. It's almost like that should be like what they give you when you open up a stock market account. It's like, okay, you can't open this account unless you understand risk reward. It's very irresponsible how they just give you, they give you a brokerage account, they give you money, and they don't teach you about risk reward. I mean, they don't give you money. You know what I'm talking? Yeah, anyway, it's frustrating. All right, 8 minutes to the close. And AMD is now making a new low on the day. AMD totally crapped out. And look at Google. I mean, I'm just so proud of how we did that trade. Because Google, we picked up Google at 2408. I remember that one, 2408. And it went to 2452. We got the move. Like, that pitch just came right into the zone and then grand slam, right? And it just kept flying and it went as far as it could and we got out. Play over. Now, for the rest of the day, Google failed. Google failed all day and it's now at 2391. We got in at 2408. It's now at 2391. So it's like 20 points lower than our entry. but we're so far away from there. Our exit was 60 points away, 61 points from here. So that's so good. And we did the same thing on Shopify. Shopify entrance 1204, exit 1302, I think it was. Yeah, 1301. And that was just a huge home run too. And where is Shopify now? Let's see. Is it still running the ABCD pattern? It's hanging in there. We got 6 minutes left here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on video and audio chat ability for you guys. And I'd love for you to come on and talk about how you enjoyed the day today. And I know Faraz is usually one of the first ones willing to kind of break the ice on that, and that's fine by me. But if anybody wants to say something or talk to me or has a question, say anything, we like to do that at the end of the day. So feel free to come on now and say how you liked today's Wednesday's session. There we go. And you can do that just by audio if you like, or you can come on video. That'd be for you guys in the Zoom, by the way. If you guys are in any other system, YouTube, Discord. So for you guys on the Zoom, you may come on video or audio and tell me what did you think? What did you think about today? Did you learn anything? Four minutes to the market close. Let's see if anybody wants to come on and talk about how the day went for them. Sadie? Everybody's probably like driving in their car or something. Anything good overnight? Nah, I wouldn't recommend overnight tonight. Let me see. I do have a scan that tells me what could possibly be strong on the close here. Let's see. Looks like possibly EVRE. Let me take a look at the chart and then I'll tell you yes or no. Yeah, EVRE had a like outstanding day. If you love risk, you could risk grabbing some at the close here because it's closing super strong and it might continue tomorrow. But what might also happen tomorrow is profit taking. So there's really no way to get you a good overnight trade that's real certain. But you could try that. Maybe there's an option. Pablo, how did it go with you today? You like your new screen? Hey, Cam, did you get a chance to high frequency trade anything today? Were you there in the morning to grab anything from the from Google or Shopify? What's the name? EVR. I believe it was EVRI. EVRI. Okay, very good. Yes, every day, the morning session. I live day trade every day, the morning session. Honeybee, if you're still there listening, your question is, what do you get being a VIP member versus watching here? Number one, I do this every day. But here we only do it on Wednesday. You only get this on Wednesday, but we do this every day in the group. But also in the group, there's other traders just like me, other lead traders who trade different things in different styles, and you get options alerts from them as well as me, like signal alerts and stock signal alerts, portfolio management help from me and the other experts in portfolio management, classes and lessons in spread trading and various types of investing, the community, people talking to each other, bringing opportunities to each other. All right, there is the closing bell. All right, so thank you very much, everybody, today. Make sure you get a VIP trial in the group. So that's at link in my bio or primetimetradinggroup.com. And go ahead and private message me with any questions. No problem. I'll try and answer them throughout the day. Have a good day, everybody. Today was like, wow. 350% gains, $8,000 for Nikki. I mean, that's like, you know, used car. It's a new car money, you know. It doesn't matter that it's used. Number one, I recommend you buy used. That's new used car money right there. All right, you guys, later. Good day trading with you today. Nice to meet you all you new people. That's true, and you get some of my custom indicators as well. That is right.